We're going to give people a couple more minutes to come in because of all the weather and things. So we'll start in about 3 or 4 minutes. Good morning. We'll go ahead and get started. My name is Rick Rasmussen. I'm the manager of the Water Quality Standards and Assessment section of the State Water Board. And I'd like to welcome you this morning to our staff technical workshop on the proposed beneficial uses and Mercury provisions. First things first, a little bit of housekeeping. If an alarm goes off, please do evacuate the building, and we gather at Cesar Chavez Park, and hopefully it won't go off and it won't be raining. Otherwise, there are lots of coffee shops around if it is raining and the alarm goes off. Also, if you would do us a favor and silence any cell phones. Thank you. We appreciate that. Yes, Zane, turn yours off too. Also, because we are webcasting this meeting today, when we open it up to questions, we're going to ask you to wait for a microphone so people can hear online, because I know there are a number of people who, because of weather or illnesses, are not able to be here in person. So again, I'd like to welcome you to this workshop. This is a staff workshop, and we really want to emphasize that we don't expect that folks will have fully digested over 700 pages of information in less than a week. We are not crazy about that. But also we recognize that it's a fairly technical set of documents with 5 water quality objectives, 3 beneficial uses, and the interrelating pieces of those. So our board asked us a couple of months ago that when we released this information, that we hold a technical workshop to sort of walk people through the provisions. And that's what the point of this is. You will have plenty of opportunity to make formal public comments. This is not a workshop for formal public comments. Our main intention is to hear questions and be able to help walk people through this. We did not provide paper copies for folks because we are an environmental agency and we don't want to kill too many trees. We do have some copies of the provisions available if you need just the 20 or so pages of the actual amendment. The full package is well over 700 pages, and as one of my staff members said, weighs more than his cat. So I don't know that you want to kill that many trees, but if you do need those, see Zane. Zane, could you raise your hand? And he will be able to get your information. We can get those to you at some point in the near future. So again, this is a staff technical workshop. The format will be that for the morning, it will focus on the Mercury provisions, and Amanda will walk us through those, and then we will open it up for questions. There will be a public hearing where you can talk to our board about any concerns, and to us, of course. That has been scheduled for February 7th, and then the written comment period will end on February 17th. And then we are planning an adoption meeting, should all go well, in May. So I again welcome you, and I will at this point turn it over to Amanda, who will walk you through the Mercury provisions, and then depending on how timing goes, we may take a break before questions or we'll just run into questions. So thank you for persevering through weather and getting here.
Thanks, Rick. So again, my name's Amanda, and I will be presenting on the long-awaited Mercury project. So I've got about 42 slides to go through today. I'm going to, again, reiterate the purpose of today's workshop. I'm going to go through some background and introductory material on the project, and then I'll go through the Mercury provisions themselves, the content of the regulatory language, and there's 2 main aspects. It's the water quality objectives and the program of implementation to control mercury. And then I've got a couple of slides on the next steps for you. So again, the purpose of the workshop is to walk you through our regulatory language and provide context and explanation. And there's plenty of time for clarifying questions. And we're doing this so that you can really have a good understanding of this to make meaningful public comments. As Rick said, this isn't the best forum to voice your comments. We've got a public hearing on February 7th, which is a great time to come voice your comment in front of our board members. And you can also submit comments in writing. You can do hard copy or you can do an electronic copy. just please, if you're going to email, use the subject line so we can get those quickly and they don't get lost, so that we have a subject line in regards to the project. And most of this information, all these addresses and emails, and it's on a handout that's in the back, I believe, so you don't have to write all this down. So just some background. I think if you've been involved in this project, you know that methylmercury is a form of mercury that is a neurotoxin. And it accumulates in the aquatic food web and reaches high concentrations in fish that can be a health concern for people and wildlife that eat fish. So really the goal of this project is to protect people and wildlife that consume fish and protect them from high levels of mercury. So where does this mercury come from in California? California has some really high levels of mercury naturally in the soils, so much so that the mercury was mined here, and we had the largest mine in North America just south of San Francisco. Mercury was also used during the gold rush in the 1800s, and those two, the historic mining really resulted in a widespread environmental contamination with mercury, and that's probably our biggest source of mercury and a cause of many of the mercury impairments. So that's really our struggle here in California. There are a lot of other sources of mercury as well, though, however. So atmospheric deposition can be another source. Most popularly known as coal burning. We don't have a lot of that in California. There have been some crematories and cement factories that have been a significant source of mercury. I think a lot of those have reduced their emissions, however. There are numerous consumer products and products in our everyday lives that contain mercury as well, from household, thermometers, the fluorescent light bulbs, to things that we don't really see, like switches in your cars, gauges, thermostats, and the list goes on and on. And so I've listed sources, so how we think about controlling mercury. And the last bullet point points out that all this mercury was released into the environment as inorganic mercury. So it must first be converted to methylmercury before it enters the food web. So that's another potentially controllable factor of mercury if we're trying to reduce mercury levels in fish tissue. And why do we need a new regulation? So what we've got on the books right now that's in effect for mercury are criteria that were established in the year 2000 as part of the California Toxics Rule. Now these, when they were established, Fish and Wildlife had flagged them as not being sufficiently protective, in particular of threatened and endangered species. And the gap in protection of wildlife has been a long-standing issue that still has not been resolved. In 2014 then, an environmental organization sued US EPA over this. And as a result of that lawsuit, there is a deadline to establish mercury water quality objectives, and that deadline is June 30th of 2017. So we need to have these adopted and approved by US EPA by that date, or US EPA will have to propose them. So that deadline is really pushing this project along at a very quick rate right now. And it's only in regards to wildlife as well. In terms of human health, the criteria are outdated. There was a new EPA criteria, a non-enforceable regulatory criteria in 2001 that our standards just need to be updated to reflect that in terms of human health. So this is just a map of California to show you the extent of the mercury problem in California, that it is indeed a statewide problem. The waters listed as impaired for having too high concentrations of mercury in them are shown in red on this map. And then waters where the regional boards have already established projects to address the mercury are shown in green. So these are commonly known as total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs. They were also, many of them in Northern California had site-specific water quality objectives as well. So the mercury provisions will be part of the Inland Surface Waters and Enclosed Basin Estuary Plan. So this is just a statewide water quality control plan that applies to everything but the ocean. And so there's two main components to the draft regulation that we've got. It's in terms of Mercury anyway, it's the water quality objectives and the implementation program. This project is not being proposed to supersede existing TMDLs. So like the TMDLs I showed in green on the previous map, TMDL for San Francisco Bay Delta, and the Delta, and numerous others. You may be aware of a separate project to address reservoirs, a statewide reservoir program, including a reservoir TMDL. That's a separate project. Just to let you know, we're not talking about that here today. But the water quality objectives that we will establish, or we're proposing to our board members, will be the target for the level of protectiveness for that reservoir TMDL. So there's a definite link between the two projects. So just jumping into the water quality objectives. We have 5 water quality objectives as part of this project. And so I've got about 10 slides to try to help you understand how they all fit together. So just really quickly going through the list. We have a sport fish water quality objective, a tribal subsistence fishing water quality objective, a subsistence fishing water quality objective, 4th, a prey fish water quality objective, and the California least turn prey fish water quality objective. And to understand why we have some of these different objectives and how they fit together, it's important to understand trophic levels. So trophic level is a position in a food web, because we know methyl mercury accumulates up the food web, up the food chain. So trophic level 1 is essentially the base of the food web. It's the primary producers, such as algae. Trophic level 2 is organisms that eat algae, such as the zooplankton. Trophic level 3 and 4 include fish, and that's what we're going to really focus on. So trophic level 3 fish are those that eat algae and zooplankton, such as trout, salmon, or smaller prey fish. And when I say prey fish, I'm just talking about the fish that a small wildlife species would eat, as opposed to larger fish that a person would typically catch. So, and then trophic level 4 are fish that eat trophic level 3 fish. So those examples would be black bass and striped bass. Those fish eat other fish, and they're at the top of the food chain, so that ends up with highest concentrations of mercury in these trophic level 4 fish. So, and this is some example data from our public database that I've graphed. So on the y-axis, you've got increasing mercury concentrations. And in the blue bar, you see an example trophic level 4 fish, largemouth bass, with clearly higher concentrations than the trophic level 3 fish that are on there, the rainbow trout in green and the Chinook salmon in red. So this is important because when we develop water quality objectives, we can choose which fish to apply the water quality objectives to, and this affects the stringency of the water quality objectives. So for example, if you would look at this dotted line, that's essentially a water quality objective that was derived to protect a meal a week of fish consumption. So if you look at the largemouth bass, clearly many of them exceed that water quality objective, and the state has a lot of work to do to reduce the mercury levels in the fish. If you apply that water quality objective to trophic level 3, it looks like everything meets it and we don't have that much work to do. So I'm just trying to emphasize that it affects the stringency of the water quality objective, because it's important for understanding how the objectives fit together in the next couple slides I've got. That also, it's, when you're choosing which fish to eat, it's good information about your mercury exposure, which ones you might want to choose to eat. And I guess maybe the last point I'll make on this slide is that when we protect 1 meal a week of the trophic level 4 fish, we're actually protecting a higher rate of fish consumption of the trout and the salmon. So it looks like on this slide that you can safely eat 3 meals a week before you get to that threshold of the trout. So I don't know, it's kind of wrapped into that. It's more stringent to and more protective to apply the water quality objectives to the trophic level 4 fish. So these are the actual, this is a summary of the water quality objectives in the regulatory language that are meant to protect human health. So we have 5 in total. This is only 3 of them, the ones that are geared to protect human health. So the first one on this table is the sport fish water quality objective, and that's going to be used to protect commercial and sport fishing and tribal tradition and culture. So the value is, in the third column, is 0.2 milligrams per kilogram in the fillet of the highest trophic level fish. So if there's a water body that has bass or other trophic level 4 fish, the water quality objective would apply to those species. If the water body doesn't, so many of our streams in the Sierra Nevada mountains don't have trophic level 4 fish, they're trout-dominated waters. So in those cases, the water quality objective would apply to those fish that are available, because that still protects a meal a week of fish consumption for the people eating the fish in those waters. So this objective was derived to protect 1 meal a week of fish. That number is based, or we got it from the San Francisco Bay Fish Consumption Study, and that's to date still one of the largest and best fish consumption studies we have in California. It's the same rate that was used in the Delta TMDL and the San Francisco Bay TMDL as well. The second objective is the tribal subsistence fishing water quality objective. It would protect a beneficial use of tribal subsistence fishing, and the value of that is 0.04 milligrams per kilogram in a mixture of types of fish. So the mixture specifically is 70% trophic level 3 fish and 30% trophic level 4 fish. And we got that from a statewide study of tribes in California. So this objective was derived to protect 4 to 5 fish meals a week, because that's the result of that statewide tribal study. And that study also showed, so we applied it to a majority of trophic level 3 fish, that salmon and trout were really important to the diet of tribes. The third objective on this table is the subsistence fishing water quality objective. It would protect a beneficial use with the same name, and in this case, we have a narrative water quality objective, so a bit different than a numeric water quality objective. So the regulatory language has the exact language, of course, of the water quality objective. It says more eloquently that fish shall not have levels of mercury high enough to endanger the health of subsistence fishers. And so this would have to be implemented on a case-by-case basis by the regional boards to determine how protective it is. Okay, so there's 3 beneficial uses on the slide that are the new beneficial uses that are also part of this project. These beneficial uses, since they're new, they haven't been designated to any waters, so the objectives wouldn't automatically apply if the mercury provisions got adopted. These uses will be discussed much more in depth in the second half of this workshop after lunch. Okay, so switching gears a little bit to the water quality objectives that will protect wildlife. So there was 3 on the previous slide and 3 on this slide because one of them overlaps. So the sport fish water quality objective is the same as we're using to protect human health. So the beneficial use is wildlife habitat, and there's an asterisk there that indicates other beneficial uses that also contain the phrase wildlife habitat. The wildlife habitat beneficial use itself is designated pretty ubiquitously to all inland surface waters, so this seems like a point of more technicality than something that's going to make a big change. So again, the sport fish objective, while it was derived to protect human health, we evaluate in our very long staff report how it also protects many wildlife species. So it's being used also to provide most protection for most wildlife species. And then notice that the size of the fish is 150 to 500 millimeters, so that's about 6 to 20 inches long. So those are the fish that people typically catch. Then the second objective is the prey fish water quality objective, and that will apply where there are no trophic level 4 fish. And I will explain that more in a moment. But I want you to look at the size of the prey fish. So the prey fish are about 6 inches long, down to 2 inches. So we've got sport fish at about 20 to 6 inches, and then prey fish at about 6 to 2 inches. And then the California least turn objective applies to fish that are less than 2 inches long. So they're very small fish. And when you look at the values of the objective of the sport fish, it's 0.2, and the prey fish, it's 0.05. It looks like it's 4 times more stringent, but it's actually not more stringent. So if we look at this diagram on the bottom, we remember that mercury concentrations increase in successive steps of the food web. So you have a big increase in the mercury concentrations between the prey fish and the sport fish. So really what we found with our statewide data was that the 0.2 objective in sport fish was equivalent to the prey fish objective, the 0.05 in fish that are less than 6 inches, when the sport fish objective is applied to trophic level 4 fish, such as bass. On the other hand, when the sport fish objective is applied to trophic level 3 fish, so remember in the Sierra Nevadas, we have trout-dominated waters with no trophic level 4 fish. And applying the sport fish objective to those trophic level 3 fish was actually a less stringent application of the objective. Remember when I showed you the bar graph and I said it was less stringent if you apply the water quality objective to trophic level 3 fish. So it's less stringent because, so bass are at the top, they're the highest trophic level, they accumulate the most mercury. Trophic level 3 fish generally accumulate less mercury. So they can't, if you apply the same threshold to them, you can't assure that the concentrations of mercury in the lower parts of the food web are the same. So we need another water quality objective to ensure that the wildlife are protected. Another way to explain this, if not making sense, is that if you had a trout-dominated water body, we know it would take a lot more mercury contamination to get those trout up to 0.2 to get to that sport fish objective. So there's going to be more mercury in all parts of the food web. So we can't guarantee that the lower parts of the food web have sufficient mercury concentrations to protect the wildlife. So that's why when we have the sport fish objective applied to trophic level 3 fish, we're requiring this additional prey fish objective to ensure that the wildlife that feed on smaller fish are adequately protected. So there's the last objective for wildlife is the California least turn prey fish water quality objective. And we need this because this is an endangered species and it eats these fish that are less than 2 inches long. So we really don't have great data to really ensure that when we're assessing the sport fish objective for big fish, that we're really meeting our targets in the tiny fish that are the prey of this species. So that's why at Fish and Wildlife's recommendation, we're establishing a separate objective for these tiny fish. And so this would only apply to the California least turn habitat, which is a small fraction of waters in the state. So there's a map up there. That's not the exact waters. The regulatory language has a list of specific waters that you can look at. So this one, it is not dependent on the sport fish water quality objective. And if it's being measured, we don't need that additional prey fish objective for the 6-inch fish, because we feel like this one provides sufficient protection of the wildlife that eat lower in the food web. So this is another table of all 5 of the water quality objectives together, just to give you like an additional summary. So we have the sport fish objective, which is going to apply to most waters in the state because of the wildlife designations and the commercial sport fishing designations. We have 2 objectives for subsistence fishing. The tribal subsistence fishing objective we know is 3 times more stringent than the sport fish objective. The subsistence fishing objective would have to be implemented on a case-by-case basis to know how stringent it is. And then we have 2 prey fish objectives that we think are generally roughly the same in stringency as the sport fish objective, as long as the sport fish objective is being measured in trophic level 4 fish, such as bass. Though they are provided to provide extra assurance that we're protecting wildlife because the wildlife eat in different parts of the food web. And we've made assumptions about the relationships between mercury in the lower parts of the food web and in the larger sport fish. So that's, we're halfway through the presentation. That's what I had on water quality objectives. The next half is implementation. Are there clarifying questions that, I mean, we have 3 hours, so we have plenty of time for questions later, but I don't know if somebody's really lost. Yeah. Oh, we need a microphone, sorry.
Thank you. At some point you said that one or more of the 5 categories don't automatically apply to watershed. That's apparently some do and some don't. Could you clarify that?
Right, so with the tribal subsistence fishing water quality objective and the subsistence fishing water quality objective, they apply to beneficial uses that are new and haven't been designated to any waters yet. So the regional board would have to take additional action to have those applied. And tribal subsistence and subsistence, yeah. And those will be talked about much more in the afternoon, the ins and outs of that whole process of how they would end up applying. Oh, we got one more question, I think.
I'm sure you'll go into this in the afternoon, but just for the morning purposes, in case there are people who aren't here, could you go into the reasoning behind for the tribal subsistence fishing, the 70% of trophic level 3 and 30% of trophic level 4? Is that based on the Schilling study?
Exactly. So it was kind of the overall statewide trend from that study.
And if it proves to be a different mixture in various regions, that just needs to be adopted at the regional level at a different rate?
Exactly. The regional board could adopt a site-specific objective to reflect the appropriate consumption pattern.
And if a region doesn't, it's not possible to get a basin plan amendment to designate, designating the water bodies in a basin plan amendment, will these, the tribal subsistence fishing and subsistence, will that be overall throughout the state at that level, or it won't be at any water bodies unless it's been taken through the regional effort?
More the latter. So it needs to be, in short, designated by the regional board. But I think there's going to be more discussion on all the details of that later. That might help.
Okay, so there won't be a blanket adoption of those components because they're new beneficial uses?
Right.
So just to clarify, the water quality objectives will be adopted, but their application is tied to the beneficial use. So again, in general, the objective would apply upon designation.
Okay.
Oh, we got lots more questions now.
Hi, I'm not familiar with the Schilling study. I know that you said that it was a statewide study. I was wondering, did it include tribes in Southern California?
I think it did. So it had 40 tribes in the state, and I know there's many more tribes. There's like 100 that are federally recognized and more that are trying to get recognition. So it was only 40. So there was one, I know at least along on the Colorado River and one in Santa Barbara. I don't remember exactly where they all were, but it was a pretty good statewide mix.
Thanks, Amanda. I'm a little confused by your footnote there because I just heard you say that that you don't have trophic level 4 fish, you'd go down to the prey fish, but then I see the footnote that says, hey, if you have cold or warm or all these different other designations, you'd almost, where the footnote is, you'd almost automatically go to sports fish. So can you clarify that a little bit?
I think the prey fish objective, yeah, would apply to the wildlife habitat, but only where there's no, and it would apply to all those beneficial uses, but only where there's no trophic level 4 fish. Is that?
I just want to make sure I get this. So,
Yeah.
so this asterisk where you have it in that sport fish line, it really isn't about sport fish then, is what you're trying to say. I'm wondering, are you attaching the cold and the warm to sport fish, period? Is that just going to
Yes.
go across the line? So then is then the sport fish written so that will not apply, it doesn't apply to those other beneficial uses if you don't have trophic level 4? That's the part I'm a little bit confused at, because it almost seems like it defaults everything to the sport fish line. If you've got a warm designation for a
Right.
for
So
water
it's
bodies.
so basically the sport fish objectives for wildlife protection apply to all the beneficial uses that protect wildlife. So the most ubiquitous objective is wild, that's applied to most water bodies. But also if it's a cold water beneficial use or a warm water beneficial use or all these other beneficial uses, we're saying those are all beneficial uses that involve wildlife. And so it could be used to protect those beneficial uses as well. So that's why we asterisk that, because those are all the wildlife beneficial uses. California doesn't have, as most states, one beneficial use that very clearly is just wildlife. So because they sort of mesh together, we're saying those are the wildlife beneficial uses where these objectives could apply.
Thanks. I was wondering what happens after, in the sport fish objective, 500 millimeters, if you have a fish that's over that, what happens in terms of establishing whether or not there's an impairment?
So I think generally it would not be assessed because the mercury levels might be unusually high and people don't often catch fish that large. So I think when, they're doing the audit, some of the listings are automated, so they might have the spot sizes set during the evaluation of the data.
Hi. I have 3 questions. The first one is you mentioned that the application would be to the 2 new beneficial uses, the T-sub and sub. What about to cultural?
So we were using the sport fish objective to provide protection of the cultural use, because so the cultural use included fish consumption related to ceremonial use. So we made an assumption that it was going to be less than fish consumption related to subsistence uses, and the 1 meal a week. And so it could be if they use trophic level 4 fish during ceremonies, or it could protect up to like 3 meals a week of trout or salmon.
But right now, cultural only applies in one region, has only been designated in one region. And if I read this correctly, and maybe this is where I'm confused, under the new proposal, cultural would apply to all inland surface
No,
waters?
it would only apply to where the designation is. The confusion might be that because the cultural beneficial use definition includes, like our commercial and sports fishing beneficial use definition includes the activity of catching fish and consumption for cultural purposes, we made an assumption, and which may not be accurate in all cases, that to protect that activity, we would apply the same water quality objective as commercial and sports fishing. So it wouldn't apply automatically, but frankly, because pretty much all the waters have commercial and sports fishing designations or wildlife designations, it's that water quality objective. So what we're trying to be clear about is we're not establishing a new water quality objective that would apply specifically to the new cultural beneficial use, although one could be developed on a site-specific basis when the designation happens, if our assumptions are totally wacky.
Okay, and again, for this afternoon, you're not designating cultural anywhere.
And again, this afternoon we'll go through the beneficial use process, but this, in short, this set of amendments would not designate any beneficial uses to waters of the state.
So yeah, so the sport fish objective will apply to most waters because of the other beneficial uses. Yeah.
You mentioned,
So,
oh, look
Oh,
at
oh.
that. They're multiplying. Go ahead.
so your new objectives require additional information about the fish communities present. So do you feel that the state has sufficient information about all the surface waters of California that they would be able to determine in a permitting process, for example, that trophic level 4 fish are there or not there, trophic level 3 fish are there, not there, et cetera?
I mean, so a lot of times it's determined by our monitoring programs, and they go electroshock, and what comes to the top is what gets assessed. So I guess I'm
So we'll go into, I think your question will be able to be answered a little better when we get into the implementation section, how we implement the water quality objectives. Again, for where, do we know exactly which trophic level fish exist in every water body? No. We have some good ideas because of the surveys and Moyle's fisheries and things like that. But we have implementation procedures that are independent of what kind of fish are there, which Amanda will get into.
Let me give you kind of a problem that we may be facing. I'm from PG&E. So up in the Pitt River system, the Pitt River, classified from its headwaters all the way down to Shasta Reservoir, is both cold water and warm water habitat. But depending upon where you are in that system, you could have a totally different fish assemblage. If you're going to have a project or a permitting process for a particular project anywhere along that system, then it means that you have to know exactly what fish
So
composition
again,
is
I
there
think
in order to-
when we get into implementation, you'll understand that for permitting purposes, we don't need to know which fish are there. So for assessment purposes, you assess based on what fish are there, as Amanda said. So if you go out in electroshock in the upper pit and it's all cold water, trophic level 3 trout, you would assess that section of the water body based on those trout. If you get down into the lower pit and you electroshock and all the bass pop up, you would assess the lower pit based on the bass. So for assessment purposes and determining listing purposes, that's where you would look at which fish are there. For when we get into the permitting process, that's independent of whether it's a trophic level 4 or 3 fish.
because we still need to protect.
It sounds good, but we run into such situations where a particular water body is designated as both warm and cold water habitat. And right in your regs, it says in those situations, it will be managed as cold water habitat. So
But
again,
so because it's not based on cold or warm, it's based on what fish are present when you actually do the assessment. And it applies to, in particular, this one is more independent of cold and warm. It applies also to wildlife habitat and commercial and sports fishing. So it's which fish are present in that section, and that's how we assess compliance.
so that essentially, effectively, what you're doing is you're putting on the permit application the responsibility of determining the composition of the fish community in the location where their project is.
No, we're not. So again, if you hold your question, I think this will become clearer when we talk about the implementation, because you're getting into the next section of Amanda's presentation. So the way we implement them is not dependent upon the assemblage of fish at this point.
Yeah, because we need to still protect wildlife and the smaller fish, and that's equivalent to the protecting the trophic level 4 fish. So the implementation doesn't change if they're just trophic level 3 fish, because we still need to ensure that the mercury levels are met in the prey fish, the smaller fish. But yeah.
So again, it's dependent. If you have trophic level 4 fish, all you have to measure is trophic level 4 fish. I think that maybe that's a good way of putting it as far as, are you protective of wildlife and people? If you have trophic level 4 fish, when you go to do the assessment, you're done with your assessment. If you have do not have trophic level 4 fish, then we're measuring it only in trophic level 3 fish. It's the same water quality objective in trophic level 3 fish, 0.2. However, if we're measuring only trophic level 3 fish in a water body, we cannot assure that we're protective of wildlife that eat the smaller fish. So then we're saying that for assessment purposes, we would want to assess the smaller fish as well to ensure that we're protecting wildlife. So it's the same number for trophic level 3 and 4 fish, 0.2 in the larger fish. But if you only have trout, because of the data, we cannot assure that we're protecting wildlife that eat little fish. So we would also go out at that point as an assessment program and catch little fish to make sure that we're protecting wildlife. Is that a little clearer then?
I think I have a related question that will be answered possibly in implementation, but if you'll keep it in mind when you get there. With regard to the wildlife habitat connected beneficial uses, we would be looking at implementing those water quality objectives in those areas with those beneficial use designations where the wildlife assessed in the staff report are located in those species habitat. So it's not cold everywhere. It's not every place that cold is designated as a beneficial use in the state, or would it be?
Could you rephrase that?
Is it the case that is it the case that now everywhere that's designated, would it be the case that everywhere that's designated as cold be subject to the sport fish water quality objective, or would it be every case that is cold that is also habitat for one of the species that is evaluated to be protected? One of the wildlife species that you're trying to protect here and is evaluated in the staff report, does the beneficial use have to be cold and that area
So I think
habitat for that species?
I think
for one of those
technically
species?
it could just be it's cold, but if there's no fish, you can't assess it. So I don't know how you would apply it.
Right. What if it's not habitat for any of these species that you evaluate in the report?
Well, it's generally if you have fish, you have habitat for critters that eat the fish potentially.
Something that eats fish.
Something that eats fish. So the objective is set at based on the studies we have for various wildlife species. But generally, if you have fish in the water, something is going to eat those fish. We pretty much have fish-eating birds throughout the state of California, for example. So we use the surrogates that we have for species to look at effects on bird populations. So if you have fish, something's going to eat them.
But you don't necessarily have a T&E or
Correct. What we basically looked at is when the services did their initial draft jeopardy ruling on the California toxics rule, there were 7 threatened and endangered species that they said would not be protective based on the California toxics rule. Since then, one of them has dropped off. The bald eagle is no longer listed. But when we evaluated it and we looked at the sports fish objective, we said that one would basically protect 5 of the 7.
right.
When you sort of run downhill, as long as we have a small fish objective to account for places where either there are no trophic level 4 fish or there are no big fish, because there are those water bodies too, with the one exception of the one threatened and endangered species that would not be protected potentially because it eats really small fish, and that's why we did the California least turn prey fish objective.
Right.
So it protects all wildlife. And so most of the studies are based on not threatened, or not, I shouldn't say most of them, but we looked at studies that protected wildlife in general. And then where we had threatened and endangered species, we made sure that it was protective of those as well. And then said, are there any regulatory gaps to protect wildlife? And the main regulatory gap was, least turn. And that's the same water quality objective Amanda did not mention that has been adopted to protect least turn in the San Francisco Bay TMDL and the Delta TMDL.
I was wondering about the sport fish objective and what is the rationale if you considered using, instead of EPA's objective, the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment objective instead?
So they use essentially the same things to derive their fish contaminant goal. It's really about the same thing. They just don't include a small amount for store-bought fish, which US EPA does, but the difference is 0.2 versus 0.22, so it's not a big difference. Oh,
Just a quick follow-up.
oh yeah,
Yeah, I think I got it. But so this all applies for bays, inland waters. Do you look at ocean fish at
No.
all? Is there going to be an objective for that?
Not at this point. We don't have a project for ocean at this point. Ocean fish generally are not always, but a lot of them are lower. But we don't have a project to look at ocean at this point.
I'm wondering if you could, I assume that this is, the studies you're talking about have to do with physiological effect on the wildlife and fish and people. And I'm wondering, if this has to do with, in the broad sense, I know we don't need a toxicology lecture, but I'm wondering if it has to do with reproduction or death or LD50 or some toxicological or risk measure. And I
Yeah.
assume I think there is a tissue content that, and I'm wondering, what that is based on.
So what are the particular endpoints? I think some of them for the wildlife were failed to reproduce, the studies that we base this on. Does that answer? And then for human health, it's differences in really subtle neurological tests, like having kids do tests, maybe remember the names of things, or I don't remember the exact things, but tests to test their neurological function in their brain. But it's like using words and that kind of a test that the human health endpoint was based on. Is that answering?
Sorry. And when were these studies done? I guess there was a big one, 40 tribes, and
So the tribal study was about how much fish and what kind of fish do the tribes eat. So that was a little bit different than where the toxicity data came from to derive the protective criteria. I mean, they're both important parts of it that were put together to derive the protective objectives.
so are the origins of the toxicological data in the report?
Yes. All right, we can move on. Oh, one more? Two more.
So I'm just touching up on the data that was talked about. I would imagine there's a fair amount of data looking at mercury impacts on human health. I wonder if the data that looks at effects on wildlife is as robust, and if you considered perhaps some sort of process to allow for refinement over time as maybe more studies come out to actually look at what is a meaningful objectives, particularly for the lease turn, for example.
So any water quality objective is subject to review every 3 years. Yeah, there were kind of a lack of data for wildlife in particular. There was more data on human health, and particularly, yeah, it was a maternal exposure that they were talking about. But yeah, for wildlife, there wasn't as much data. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go on to we got one more.
Back on the issue of the new beneficial use designations and that the regional boards would have to designate those beneficial uses over specific water bodies for them to actually apply and be able to use those water quality objectives. On page 11 of the staff report, there's a sentence in here that we're puzzling over a bit that maybe you can help us with. It says either of the T-sub or sub water quality objectives may be incorporated into a permit prior to formal designation if the water boards determine that the tribal subsistence fishing or substances fishing is an existing use.
Right, and we'll get into that more this afternoon with the beneficial uses, but basically the federal regulations require that we protect both designated uses and federal, under the Clean Water Act, what they call existing beneficial uses, which is an existing use existed and the water quality was sufficient to protect the use on or after November 1975. So it's a pretty high bar because by 1975, the 1849 gold rush had already happened. It has the current guidance from EPA says the use existed, it was happening, and the water quality was sufficient to protect the use. That water quality to use nexus has had some interesting interplay over the years as to whether it is and the water quality was sufficient to protect the use or the water quality was sufficient. The current guidance from EPA specifies and at this point. So that's, again, under the Clean Water Act idea, you do not have to designate existing uses. The Clean Water Act looks at you primarily idea of designating goal uses are uses that the state wants to attain, but did not anticipate that you had to absolutely designate every beneficial use that might be there. But the anti-degradation regulations require you to protect what they call existing beneficial uses, and they did the bright line. Unlike Porter Cologne, which says we just have to develop water quality objectives to protect past, present, and probable future beneficial uses without any lovely bright lines of what past, present, and probable future means. The Clean Water Act said we're going to draw a line as far as where we're going to start our baseline is 1975.
Oh, we got one in the back there.
Yeah, I just had a question. It was mentioned that a water quality objective is subject to review every 3 years, and I was just wondering what triggers that review.
So the Federal Clean Water Act regulations require that water quality control plans have a triennial review. The state regulations require that we periodically review water quality control plans. Admittedly, every 3 years doesn't always happen, but the regulations do say that a water quality control plan is subject to review and revision and possible revision periodically under state law and triennially under federal law.
I just have a question about the ocean designation, because the asterisk on the table that's up on the slide right now talks about marine habitat.
So we have some inland marine habitat designated in some places where we have saline waters.
So the enclosed bays, some of
Enclosed
them,
bays.
the wildlife habitat uses.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this would apply inside those enclosed bays.
Right, so
but
it's
not out in the ocean.
not
inside
not
that.
not open, but so it's inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries. We have some funkiness when you get into some of the enclosed bays about overlapping designations.
What about fish that travel in between the two?
Again, if they're trophic level 4 fish, and that's what you end up assessing, that's, if it's there, that's what you get. So it's basically what fish are there when you electroshock is how you assess the waters.
And it doesn't matter where they spend the bulk of their life. It's just if you electroshock and you find them, then they must comply?
If they're the species, an appropriate species and appropriate size of fish, yeah.
What about fish that spend the bulk of their life in the ocean and therefore don't pick up their body burden inside the enclosed bay?
So those are, so we do include salmon as trophic level 3 fish, and those would generally be lower in mercury anyway. But
Right,
yeah,
so,
they're...
So if that's all you've got, that's what you've got.
So in other words, it does apply to them.
If they are, when they are in that area. So like if hypothetically the Sacramento River suddenly lost all of its bass, not going to happen, and you electroshocked, and since there are salmon in this system all the time, and that was all you got was salmon and trout, you would assess based on that. So again, and also we have recognized that we do also have some landlocked salmon, which tend to be a little higher because they're landlocked. So again, it's for assessment purposes, not implementation purposes, but for assessment purposes, it's pretty much you go to, the way the assessment works in this state is you go to the water body, you electroshock generally, or perhaps troll. What fish apply in the size range is what then goes in the mercury basomatic, and you assess. So that's just the way we do assessment in California. In fact, pretty much all over the nation is. But what fish pop up to the surface when you electroshock is what you measure for mercury, and then you compare those by size range to the objectives.
Okay, and I do have a separate question about the designation. It may be that we get to that later, and if that's the case, that's fine, but just to plant the seed. You talked about the 1975, the November 28th, 1975 date. I'm wondering if you're making a distinction with any of these use categories or the subsequent designations between federally designated uses and state designated uses?
There's no difference.
So you will be using the 1975 date?
For the implementing the regulations per existing beneficial uses, which are part of the anti-deg regulations that are used for permitting.
I guess I got confused by, you talked about 1849 and going back that far.
Right, well, that's why I said there's, being a little facetious, but to be honest here, a lot of the big impacts from mercury in California happened way before 1975. So if you're looking at the water quality trigger in California, many water bodies were impacted starting in 1849. So it's a pretty high bar when you're looking at mercury to say it's an existing beneficial use potentially.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
I think there was one more from Sherry in the back.
And then I think we'll take like 2 more questions and then go into implementation.
I have one quick question. Hi, thank you everyone for all the work you guys have put in this report. The quick question has to do with, so if you were to do an electroshock and all you get was, say, salmon and brown trout, recognizing trophic level 3 fish and knowing that salmon have a low level of mercury naturally if they're not a landlocked salmon, how would the determination, or Kaiser, have you gotten into the weeds that hard, or
keep going.
I'm just saying that brown trout has a higher level of
Right.
mercury in
They're
it
considered-
naturally,
they're considered
and
TL4.
salmon always has a lower level of mercury because of its life cycle.
Right.
So if you shock and you get trophic level 3s, what are you gonna? What's the thought, or have we gotten that far yet?
So, I mean, so that's what you would assess. Since you've only got trophic level 3, you would also have to measure the prey fish objective. Or so, I guess I'm assuming the beneficial uses are the wildlife and the commercial sport fishing. I don't know if you're wondering about the tribal subsistence beneficial use.
I'm just wondering, when you look at that and then you try to make a determination of what the cleanup standard needs to be, and recognizing that whether they be trophic level 3 fish, both of them, they're very different in the amount of mercury that's going to be within them. So I'm just not sure.
Oh, yeah, you're asking particularly about brown trout.
Right.
So
Brown trout versus salmon, if that's what you get, and they're both of that trophic level.
the brown trout may have been trophic level 4 on here.
Ooh, that would be good.
Yeah, I think we did brown trout as trophy level 4.
Yes, brown trout are trophic
Okay,
level
good.
4.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I saw
Sorry.
trout in there too.
Right. So we do have a species list in the table too, but recognizing the brown trout, as you say, even though they are trout, and you might think they're trophic level 3 because they're voracious eaters. That's why I like to fish for them. They act as trophic level 4 fish.
I too want to congratulate you on the thoroughness of your report. It has a lot of material in here. And in kind of reading it over, and obviously I haven't been able to study it in much detail, but from your presentation, it appears that the genesis of the sport fish and prey fish designation was that you felt that the sport fish in and of itself wasn't protective of the endangered species that you were concerned about. So you went to the prey fish in order to give you additional protection for the endangered species, with the exception that you added the least tern because of its very small fish that it uses. Is that correct?
Right, but not only endangered species, but other wildlife as well.
Yeah, and that was the question, because in your you
so
say
like belted,
you chose this target for prey fish to protect all wildlife species.
correct.
Was that part of the? I'm sorry, this might sound insensitive, but is it part of our objective to protect all wildlife species, even if there's really no evidence that some of these populations are impaired? For example, you use the kingfisher, black-belted kingfisher, as the one to generate your target values for the 0.05 for prey fish. That is a very ubiquitous, very successful wildlife species, so there's not any real evidence that it's being impacted by or affected by mercury.
And we want to ensure that it stays that way.
Okay, so, all right. It just seems very conservative, if you don't mind me saying so.
Okay, do we have the one more? One more in the back. One more and then we move on?
Yep.
This is just a follow-up to my previous question. I understand that there's the statutory requirement on the federal side to look at the review of a water quality objective every 3 years, and the state is periodically, but I'm not clear as what triggers any type of review regardless of the state or federal requirements. What triggers this review?
It's just the date. I mean, the statute says we are to do it. And so like the ocean plan has on a regular basis gone through triennial review. We particularly are a little overdue on that one at this point. The regional board basin plans go through triennial reviews. EPA comments regularly to us if we don't go through triennial reviews. So it is a statutory requirement that we periodically, under state law, review our water quality control plans and revise as necessary. It's a statute under federal law. That's just the way it works. It's not like anything else. We operate under regulations and statute, and so that's what triggers it.
Okay, thank you.
So upon adoption, it would be subject to the water quality control plan would be subject to triennial review once every 3 years. Now recognize that it's generally not an individual water quality objective per se that gets reviewed. It is the water quality control plan in its entirety that gets reviewed. So you'd look at the inland surface waters and enclosed basin estuaries plan once it's fully in place, or look at a regional water quality control plan, and there's a public process to say what should be revised or looked at in the next 3 years, what are our priorities for that next 3 years, and that's what happens in a triennial review.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the implementation program. So I've organized this by discharger type, if you will, looking at mines, wetlands, dredging, non-point sources, stormwater, and then municipal wastewater and industrial. This is the order of the slides. However, the first 3 are pretty quick, so don't tune out too long if you're interested in only the last one. So for mines, mines can either legacy mine sites or currently permitted mines can be already addressed by a number of our permitting programs. And in some cases, as we go through the next sections on different types of discharger, there may be requirements that would apply to a mine through those sections. So a mine could be a non-point source, a mine could have stormwater, etc. We include a specific requirement for closed mine sites, however, in the regulatory language. And this is including or requiring at minimum erosion and sediment controls. And that's because mercury binds to sediment, so essentially controlling sediment controls mercury. So what this is in some ways not new. This is just, incorporating what we've learned over the years with our different TMDLs and affirming that this is an appropriate baseline statewide control for mercury. I just want to, I guess the last thing would be that if there's a TMDL, this doesn't preclude further requirements. If there's a TMDL, more requirements could certainly be included. So, and then part of this too is that we don't think, as a baseline level of control for the state, we need all these sites to be doing routine mercury monitoring. So this is kind of just to provide guidance that in many cases, it's appropriate just to have these erosion and sediment controls to control the mercury. Now for wetlands, dredging, and non-point sources, again, we have existing programs and policies to address these sources. And what we have in our regulatory language is something that's more like guidance to a permit writer. So we say that mercury controls should be considered in areas with high mercury. And then we have specifics on what high mercury areas are, and that's on the next slide. We also, again, try to emphasize these erosion and sediment controls to control mercury. And, particularly for like non-point sources, we're trying to be practical because sediment controls can also help control other pollutants that bind to sediments. They can help control nutrients. So again, as a baseline statewide control program, we're providing guidance that this is appropriate. Again, if there's a TMDL, additional requirements could apply. So the specifics we have on the areas with elevated mercury where a permit writer should consider including mercury controls, we have listed 5 criteria. One is the Coast Range Mountains with sediments with 1 mg/kg of mercury or higher. An industrial area, this is number 2, with soil or sediments of 1 mg/kg or higher. 3, an area with historic gold mine tailings. 4, an area with hydraulic gold mining pits. And 5 is sort of a catch-all, like if permit writer has other evidence, they could obviously require mercury controls. So again, the goal here isn't so much to have specific requirements, because that's kind of impossible for non-point sources. So what we're trying to do is add a bit of extra guidance for a permit writer and give them a little bit more tools as to where they might want to consider, or where they should consider mercury controls and what those controls might be. For stormwater, there's different kinds of stormwater discharges, particularly for the municipal separate storm sewers, the MS4s. Again, we emphasize sediment and erosion controls for areas of high mercury. Then we include 5 specific mercury pollution prevention requirements. And these are enhancement of household hazardous waste collection programs, 2, public education on proper disposal of items and alternatives, 3, educating auto dismantlers on the proper disposal of mercury switches. And then 4 is for the MS4 discharger to look at how it might be using mercury within its own activities and to reduce that. And then 5, again, is recognizing that MS4s may be doing other activities that could control mercury. With the permitting authority's approval, one of those actions could be substituted. So we anticipate overall, so many pollution prevention requirements are already in our our MS4 permits. And so we anticipate that a lot of the large MS4s are probably already doing these things for mercury, because while the requirements are already there, they don't specify mercury. So the new part of this is really specifying that this needs to be done particularly to control mercury. And so we anticipate that a lot of the large MS4s are already doing most of these activities. The smaller MS4s, we're guessing that they don't probably have maybe all of them done, and I'd be curious to hear the comments on if we've got that assumption correct. Okay. So moving on to the Caltrans and construction stormwater general permits. These permits include sediment and erosion controls, and we have more write-up on this in the staff report, but what we found is we really think that what's in the permits now is an appropriate baseline level of control for mercury. So we're not adding new requirements for these dischargers. On the other hand, there's an industrial activities general permit. So this only applies to the facilities that would be enrolled in that general permit. but we're proposing to update this numeric action level from 1400 nanogram per liter to 300 nanogram per liter. So the numeric action level is a level at which, if it's exceeded by a discharger, they would need to take actions to reduce the mercury in the discharge. It's not quite the same as a water quality-based effluent limitation like for wastewater. So in general, these numbers in our permits were taken from US EPA. And when US EPA developed the numbers, they considered that industrial stormwater is generally sporadic and that the pollutants are diluted by other stormwater. So they're not meant to be water quality thresholds. And so when we were looking at, we felt it was appropriate to lower this number, but not down to the extent where it would be a water quality based number. So within the range that we were looking was the detection limit of the traditional method used to measure mercury. So we set this threshold, the 300, at a place where the old method could be used to measure mercury. They wouldn't have to change to the clean hands method, the 1631 to measure mercury, which would be a significant expense, for dischargers, especially if they're not, even those not exceeding the numeric action level would have a significant expense if we switch the mercury method. Okay, and then moving on to the municipal wastewater and industrial discharges. So this is the last discharger category, and I've got about 10 slides to explain what the proposal for these dischargers. So overall, big picture, we're using a procedure similar to the existing policy, which is commonly known as the SIP. What we have new is water column thresholds that we've derived based on the water quality objectives. And we derive these based on bioaccumulation factors. So the water column thresholds that I'll be talking about are not themselves water quality objectives, and they're only for use in these permits. So I said we used bioaccumulation factor. So if you don't know, bioaccumulation factor is just a simple ratio of the level of mercury in fish to the level of mercury in water. We had bioaccumulation factors from US EPA. They developed bioaccumulation factors for lakes, rivers, and then a combined factor. And then we had a project that was done for the State Water Board a few years ago to develop a bioaccumulation factor for California, and they developed one for rivers. They only had data on rivers, so that was the only bioaccumulation factor they developed. So we looked at the impressive similarity between the US EPA bioaccumulation factor and the California bioaccumulation factor. So despite the criticisms of bioaccumulation factors oversimplifying a complex process and having a great deal of uncertainty, this provided us some assurance that what we had was reasonably representative of California rivers. The other point that we considered is that most of the relevant discharges discharge into rivers. So we don't really have, California doesn't have that many natural big lakes. The reservoirs that we have are all in the mountains away from people and urban development, and so there's really very few discharges to reservoirs. So we developed effluent limitations for the discharges to rivers based on the river bioaccumulation factors. And again, I said we didn't really have, we have very few discharges to lakes, so we really didn't focus there. But there are other waters, as we mentioned, like the estuaries and the bays that come into this plan, or other waters like maybe a slough that basic mercury science tells us it's going to have a higher rate of mercury bioaccumulation. And this is something where the scientific peer reviewers really pushed us and said, for an estuary or something that's more slow moving than a river, you really need a more protective effluent limitation. So bays and estuaries aren't lakes or rivers. So we thought we used the combined lakes and rivers bioaccumulation factor to provide like a common sense step of extra protection for what we're calling slow moving waters. So again, slow moving waters could be an estuary, a bay, a slough, or something like that. But the permit writer really needs to look at the water body and evaluate this, because, you know, the water bodies, the names of water bodies don't always reflect their function or the flow. So this really needs to be, the permit writer has to have discretion and determine whether or not the water body is best described as a flowing water body, so that would be a river, a creek, a stream, something like that, an arroyo, or if it would be best described as a slow-moving water body. So something like a bay could fit into either category. If it's a marshy bay, it could be a slow-moving water body. If it's a well-mixed bay with a lot of flow, it could still be a flowing water body. There was no easy way to draw a bright line. So what we end up with is for the water column thresholds, when we go to implement the sport fish water quality objective, for rivers, using the bioaccumulation factor on the previous slide, we came up with a number of 12 nanograms per liter that would be used to derive the effluent limitation. And so in a lot of cases, this could be the effluent limitation. And then for other slow-moving waters, using that bioaccumulation factor on the previous slide, we came up with a threshold of 4 nanograms per liter to use to derive the effluent limitation. And then for reservoirs, again, because there are so few of them, we also have that, we know there's a reservoir TMDL being developed for them. So in the case that one of these facilities needs a permit, it would be handled on a case-by-case basis. And we had data, so we have an economic analysis that also, in our 724 pages, there's an economic analysis, and then we did our own analysis of how many facilities we anticipate could meet these certain thresholds. And so we looked at overall how many facilities were in the scope of the program, and that was about 300 facilities in the whole state. Then we looked for those that we had monitoring data for, and that was a little bit less than a third of those facilities. So of those that we had the monitoring data, about 92% of them were meeting the 12 nanogram per liter threshold. So that was about 283 facilities out of the 300 or so. And so we also looked at, in these cases, we looked at how they were exceeding the threshold. So in these cases, most of the facilities were exceeding it a couple years, because we had about 6 years of data, and other years they were meeting the threshold. So that led us to conclude that many of these facilities can probably meet this without a full treatment plant upgrade by using pollution prevention or other means to reduce the mercury in the discharge. Also, there was an independent analysis by Larry Walker and Associates that said that 7 or 8 nanograms per liter, so lower than this 12 threshold, is achievable by using pollution prevention, and a facility upgrade is not needed. So that was the assumption we used in many of our discussions in the staff report. For the economic analysis, on the other hand, that was contracted, and they assumed that many of these facilities would upgrade as a worst case scenario. So there's a bit of different numbers there. And then for the threshold for the slow moving waters, we found that 73% of the current facilities were meeting that threshold. So that's about 222 out of the 300 facilities. We don't know where the slow-moving waters would be, which discharges that would apply to, but generally it's a small fraction of the discharges. So you have most people meeting this threshold, and then probably it only affecting a few facilities. So it would probably affect a few facilities. The 4 nanogram per liter threshold is something that, from the data we had, seems achievable with tertiary treatment, but plants that are secondary are probably going to struggle to meet it. And then for reservoirs, again, it was a case-by-case determination. So then similarly, so we know that the tribal subsistence water quality objective is 3 times more stringent than the sport fish water quality objective. So if this is designated in the future and needs implementation, if there's a discharge to the water body, some of the rivers in the North Coast don't have that many discharges, the thresholds would be the 4 nanograms per liter for discharges to rivers, and then for other slow-moving waters, it would be 1 nanogram per liter, and reservoirs, again, would be case by case. So, and then as to how many facilities are achieving these thresholds, again, for the 4, we had 73%. For the 1 nanogram per liter threshold, we had 27% of facilities achieving that number. So that one could impact more facilities, but the facility would also have to be in something called, that the permit writer determines is a slow-moving water body, and it would have to be a water body that is designated with the tribal subsistence fishing beneficial use. So that's probably an infrequent combination of things. And again, yeah, reservoirs was case by case. I don't imagine reservoirs were, since again we have few discharges to reservoirs to begin with, it seems unlikely that they might also be designated with that beneficial use, or the receiving water. Okay, for the subsistence fishing water quality objective, again, we had this case-by-case procedure. So I keep saying this, so I provide a little, the details are, of course, in the regulatory language. But basically what this means is that the regional board would determine an appropriate water column threshold based on available data. So that could include US EPA's bioaccumulation factors, the California bioaccumulation factor, or other data, like if there's data for the water body. And then another thing that I forgot to make a slide on was that we also have a procedure to determine a site-specific water column translation. So in the regulatory language, there's about a paragraph detailing how someone would need to collect fish and water samples to determine a site-specific water column translation, and then that translation could be used to determine the effluent limitations. So sorry, I forgot that slide. And then again, I think this gets to some of the questions. For the prey fish water quality objective and the California least term prey fish water quality objective, it's the same implementation as the sport fish objective. Because remember we said that when we had the trophic level 4 fish, they were similar stringency. And the effluent limitations or the water column thresholds that we derived were based on the assumption that there were trophic level 4 fish in the water body. So there's no additional implementation for the 2 prey fish water quality objectives. So again, overall, we're using a procedure that's similar to the existing policy, but there was a couple changes that we did. And one, that might be actually the only one, but the main one we did was some of the procedures ask for a maximum value to be used. And we changed that in some cases to using an annual average. So because mercury, because it bioaccumulates through the food web and it's a long-term process, we're not considered with necessarily the high instantaneous maxima or minima or a single individual high point. So we're using an annual average to implement that. And so that is, in effect, what that does is make it a little bit less stringent for the wastewater dischargers. But again, we feel it's appropriate because the bioaccumulation is a long-term process. Dilution credits may apply as according to the existing policy, but they won't be granted if the discharge goes into an impaired water body. And that's similar to the existing policy. Okay, there are a couple exceptions to the reasonable potential procedure, and sorry, I don't think I defined that, but so that's the procedure that we use to determine which discharges need to have an effluent limit. And so these exceptions would effectively except someone from having to adhere to the effluent limitations. So the first one is for small disadvantaged communities, and then those have a specific definition, again, in the regulatory language. This is a short version, but they're generally communities with a population of 20,000 or less, and essentially an income that's less than the statewide average. But again, there's details in the regulatory language. The other exception is for insignificant dischargers, and these are essentially low threat, low volume. Some dischargers are very low volume and they're not continuous discharges. So that's another exception. But for both of these exceptions, the permit writer has to have supporting information to support granting this exception. It's not just an automatic exception. So they have to make a finding of why the discharge isn't going to contribute to an exceedance of the water quality objectives. And so that was the end of the implementation requirements. I just have a quick slide on the results of the scientific peer review. So in the summer, we sent this off to scientific peer review. There were 4 reviewers, and overall, we found most of their comments supportive of the proposal. Their comments and our responses are included as an appendix to the staff report that was made available to you. So there were 2 of their comments really that we made changes to the proposal. One was for the subsistence water quality objective. 3 out of the 4 reviewers made some sort of comment that to encourage or suggest that it would be better to implement that in a way where you could tailor it to the site, to the particular water body, rather than having one number affect all the waters in the state. So that's why we chose the narrative objective, and it would be implemented on a case-by-case basis by the regional board. The other one was in regards to the wastewater effluent limitations, where I said, we had that effluent limitation for rivers, but the scientific peer reviewers really pushed us to have something that was certainly going to be more protective of other water bodies such as estuaries and bays. And so that's why we came up with that effluent limitation of 4 nanogram per liter for the bays and estuaries, or if they're slow-moving waters, sorry. So just in terms of next steps, again, we're in the public comment period. That ends on February 17th. There is a board hearing on February 7th where you can express your comments to the board members. And then the project would be considered for adoption in May. And again, you can come and speak your comments in front of the board members. Again, we have this deadline of June 30th, 2017 regarding protections for wildlife. And again, that's driving a lot of this project. It's driving, that we need to have these extra prey fish objectives to ensure we're protecting wildlife. So that's a really important factor in this project right now. There's details on submitting comments. Again, there's a handout with some of this stuff in some font that you could read. But the deadline is noon on February 17th. Again, the details are also in the notice that we emailed out to you guys. You can submit comments in a hard copy to the clerk or electronically. And again, if you do the electronic, please indicate the name of the project as indicated so that those don't get lost. And again, we have a project website where most of this information is posted. You can also, if you're not on the LYRIS list and you didn't get my 500 messages about the project updates, you can sign up for that on the project website, and there's also a contact email.
And so again, for the people who are listening in on the webcast, if you have questions that come up that aren't addressed otherwise by other people here, you could send those offline to the Mercury provisions at waterboards.ca.gov, just so that we have them and we can make any clarifying questions, answers at that point. We won't do that live because we're just not set up to do that. But I do know that there are a couple of people who, because they are not feeling well or because of weather, were not able to get here. So feel free to send clarifying questions that don't otherwise get addressed to us.
Yeah, and for those of you in the room, this information is again on a handout that's, I think, on the back table. So before questions, I just wanted to thank everybody who participated in the outreach meetings we had a while back. Your feedback was really important and helpful, and I hope you find that this is a better proposal for that feedback. But yeah, are there questions on the implementation?
So before we go to questions, just I think this would be a good time for a short break. According to the clock in the back, it's 10:35. So let's take a short bio break and be back at 10:45, so about a 10-minute break. Thank you, everyone. We'll get, now that Amanda's back and we're ready to go, um, we'll get going with questions. One thing I'm not sure that was made perfectly clear on the point source implementation piece of this, where two things I thought I'd just throw out there real quickly is, one, since the reason we develop water quality thresholds for permitting is permitters discharge water, not fish. And so somewhere a translation has to happen someplace in that process. So hence that's where we came up with thresholds for point source dischargers. And secondly, I think it's important to note, Amanda mentioned this several times at different points in the presentation, but I'm not sure I heard it for the point sources, and that is those thresholds do not apply where there is an established TMDL or site-specific implementation program in place. So for example, those effluent thresholds would not apply in the San Francisco Bay because they are covered by a TMDL. They would not apply in the Delta because it is covered by a TMDL. So again, one of the things we tried very hard not to do was to upend programs of implementation that had been tailored to site-specific areas and site-specific information. So I just want to be clear that that's the going forward, at least at this point with the regulation, is if a site-specific implementation program through the TMDL process has been adopted, looking at that site-specific information, this does not trump it. This is for places where TMDL is not established. And on top of that, again, if it's an impaired water body and a TMDL is developed and waste load allocations are developed, those could act as a different set of numbers to what we are proposing. So the thresholds for point source implementation per se is where there is not a TMDL in place. So with that, I'm sure you all have questions on implementation.
Yeah.
Thanks. But in the mining context, you said that certain other requirements could be added on to TMDLs. How would that work if there's already a site-specific TMDL?
So again, if there's a site-specific TMDL and it's a mine, it's covered.
Okay.
What Amanda's point was that if a new TMDL is developed, that the default sort of recommendations for mines that are in our regulation would not prevent a TMDL rider from doing site-specific implementation for a mine that was in the watershed that they developed the TMDL for.
Lisa behind you. Yeah.
So thanks for all the work that you guys have done on this. I'm glad it's you doing it and not me. Boy, but I tell you, I'm still trying to put together this as a bit of a jigsaw puzzle. So I'm with Regional San, and we discharge to the Sacramento River, and we are affected by a TMDL, and we do have a waste load allocation right now. So my recommendation is that in this report and in any subsequent basin plan language, wherever you cite something or you say something like a sports fishing water quality objective, or you list that 12 nanograms per liter, every place put that if you're affected by, if you already have a waste load allocation or you're in a TMDL area, that doesn't apply everywhere. Because people take this one page out of the 700 and around 50 pages, and it could be taken out of context. So I got confused because I wasn't sure in several different locations. I wasn't sure if that was the case. So just a recommendation. So the way I'm understanding it is that if I have a waste load allocation already, and I'm in a TMDL area, then that 12 nanograms per liter would not apply to our discharge permit. We're a POTW for anybody that doesn't know who we are.
Correct.
So that would not apply.
Correct.
Yes.
And the objectives, the sports fish objective would not apply because Region 5 adopted a site-specific objective for the Delta, although they're basically identical.
Okay, so are there any of these objectives that would apply?
No, unless somebody designates one of the tribal or subsistence uses in the future.
Okay, and if it does, that's a complete game changer for everybody in that area?
So it potentially, right. And so again, you're sitting practically next to Patrick, who wrote your TMDL. So the most likely scenario would be, I think, for any place where there is a TMDL in place based on, all of our TMDLs are based on either, at this point, the wildlife or our commercial and sports fishing objectives, and they're pretty much consistent throughout the state with what we're doing, which is one of the reasons we felt comfortable not superseding them, frankly. This is that if a new beneficial use designation was to happen to the public process, I think the reasonable thing for the regional board, although I have acknowledged to all the regions that would be work, would be that concurrently with that, they would reopen the TMDL to look at what, if any, additional controllable actions need to happen to attain that for, say, the point source dischargers.
So then if we have, I mean, I know you guys realize this, and Patrick, you're working on the reservoir program, so I know you realize this, but we're going to have water bodies adjacent to each other that have very different objectives.
Well, not different objectives, because at least for depending on beneficial uses,
Right.
right. So I mean, if you had water bodies adjacent to each other, one of which only had commercial and sports fish and wildlife, and another water body adjacent to it was designated for tribal subsistence, then yet there would still be the exact identical commercial and sports fishing objective and wildlife objective, but the one water body would also then have an additional objective for tribal subsistence, which would be applied to a different trophic level mix.
Okay.
And that we'll get into that a little bit this afternoon, but that frankly is the point of doing these tiered beneficial use definitions, is to allow a site-specific implementation of a higher consumption rate where that higher consumption rate occurs, rather than defaulting to a higher consumption rate statewide.
Okay. I'm going to have to think about that for a little bit.
You know where to find me.
Hi, Rick. I'm failing to understand how, with the new fish tissue objectives that you're proposing, how the implementation actions that you've outlined this morning would get us there from existing fish levels. Have you guys analyzed that? It just kind of mentally penciling it out, thinking about the changes that would happen through the implementation plan, and kind of with a focus on a few bad luck POTWs, or maybe a whole bunch of POTWs, how is that going to move the needle in terms of the levels of mercury in fish in the state?
Well, I think we know it's going to be slow. I think the San Francisco Bay Delta TMDL mentioned it was going to be 100 or 200 years to attainment. So yeah, we know we have this mining legacy, and we know that we're limited in what we can do to control it. But I still think that what we're proposing can improve conditions. And it doesn't preclude additional TMDLs, such as the reservoir TMDL or a TMDL for rivers, to address the additional impaired water bodies.
But aren't you obligated to do an analysis that shows how you would attain these proposed objectives? And have you done that?
No, there is no, we do not have to have an attainability analysis. That is not required under any of the statutes or regulations. We have to set water quality objectives to reasonably protect beneficial uses, considering various factors, but one of them actually is not attainment. We have to set it to protect the beneficial use. So we have done that. Where we have looked at attainment is looking at things like bioaccumulation factors. So if you have a water body that the only source of water in that water body is effluent, which we have one or two of in the state, the analysis shows that if that was the only source of mercury, you would be attaining water quality objectives based on that 12. And there are places like that. Otherwise, we're looking at reasonable implementation methods, such as ongoing sediment controls to control the bed load, recognizing again that there are lots of mercury impairments in California that will have to do a site-specific TMDL program with waste load allocations to take into account the legacy effects of mercury.
And in the Bay Area and in the Delta, they set, as you say, similar fish tissue objectives, but they didn't go at implementation the same way you're proposing.
That's correct, because they did waste load allocations. And so based on a waste load allocation in the TMDL regulations, you have more flexibility than you do outside of the TMDL land. So that's just the way the regulations fall. And fortunately or unfortunately for everybody, is that outside of a TMDL land, you have to come up with a way to do reasonable potential. And on that reasonable, if you have reasonable potential, come up with effluent limits. Within a TMDL, you can take into other accounts and then do a basically pie-based waste load allocation, load-based waste load allocation.
So isn't it an option to do what we've done elsewhere to date with Mercury, where you would set objectives, have 303D listings, do TMDLs,
Oh,
that's
absolutely still on the table. This does not preclude that.
Well, but if you shortcut that and start imposing effluent limits on POTWs in particular before that happens, that is different. And it seems like you have the flexibility to not do that.
I don't believe we do have the flexibility to not do that. We have to have implementing regulations that look at reasonable potential. So we looked at bioaccumulation factors, and frankly, again, based on the data we have to date, setting a number of 12 as a default effluent limit is a fairly attainable effluent limit. Also, where we don't have impairments already, the regional board has the option of allowing dilution, for example, so that makes it even more attainable for point sources.
So this is not related to implementation, but it's related to the staff report. Well, maybe it is implementation, I don't know. But on page 132, there's three options listed. You know, you have like the no action and the recommended option, and then a couple of others. But one of the options that was not recommended, option 3, is statewide mine prioritization strategy. Because this was not the selected option, it seems that you won't be doing that, which in my mind, put simply, the largest sources of mercury, probably even 200 years from now, they're not going to be looked at or prioritized or funded. Is that correct?
Right, correct. So I think we bring that up because we know that the statewide TMDL program was considering that. So we kind of brought that up to point out that another project was considering that approach while we're not doing that.
It does not preclude it in the future, however. Yeah. It just we recognize that we don't have the funding or the program to do it. There are other programs currently looking at prioritizing mines for various things. Patrick has worked on that, I know, for example. But it's not a program that we are going to impose at this point.
Could you potentially make a recommendation that that be placed as a statewide priority? Because this problem is not going to be solved if you look at POTWs and industry. It's just, it's not going to happen. I mean, a simple paperwork calculation will show you that. And I think everybody in the room and everybody that's followed the programs, we are very supportive of having better water quality and better fish tissue and safe, consumption rates. But, going along with what Tom said, that it's not going to happen unless it is a state priority and unless we do make the funding available.
Right, so the reason it was included was to point out that it was being considered as part of another project. So while we in particular aren't doing it, the reservoir TMDL is considering that as part of their project. So it's not like off the table, it's just not being done associated with this project.
It would be nice to see it as a strong recommendation that it be pursued, as from a practical manner, as one of the only ways that we could make a difference, a measurable difference.
I'd like to ask just a clarifying question. I admit I didn't get through all of the report, but under the program of implementation, the water column thresholds, will they, for municipal wastewater, will they apply to recycled water?
It depends on what the discharge is. Like some of the recycled water,
Never goes anywhere.
yeah, or it's used in a treatment pond, and then there might be a discharge downstream, or yeah, if it's groundwater recharge, it wouldn't have the appropriate type permit that we're targeting. So it may not.
Okay.
And here.
Hi, in the groups you've met with and convened, did you meet with environmental and public, members of the public who are actively engaged in NPDES permit renewal processes?
So we invited a number of environmental organizations. Do you have one in particular that?
So I think the short answer is yes. We met with environmental organizations, point source discharge permittees, mining, industrial dischargers, agricultural dischargers. I'm probably missing a few. But so we did go out to as many people as we could.
So my question is, if you involved members of the public and environmental groups who are actively involved in the NPDES renewal process?
I'm not sure who that would be. We invited, as I say, people like the Clean Water Action, Andrea Ventura.
That's not my question. Maybe you can't answer it.
I'm not understanding it because...
Right. So we had a list of environmental organizations that we contacted. I don't know which ones particularly address the NPDES.
My observation in the Central Valley is it's almost nil, almost nobody is involved. And I think you're assuming, well, you're asking for questions here, so I mean, are you assuming that the present NPDES process is working with public involvement?
We were not trying to address whether the present NPDES process was working with public involvement. That's very much dependent, I think, again, somewhat that you alluded to, based on the Regional Water Board and what public people are engaged in it. But this was not meant to address the NPDES public process.
So the C value, looking at this table 1 in the, I guess it's the
provisions themselves?
Provisions, yeah. Is that being monitored now?
So wastewater facilities monitor their discharge for a particular constituent when they have reasonable potential for that compound. So if a facility currently has high enough levels of mercury that our permitting process said you need to monitor mercury, then they're monitoring the mercury now. Not all facilities are. I had monitoring data for less than a third of the facilities in the geographic scope of the project.
Are you talking about monitoring the actual effluent discharge or the water body into which it's discharged? Because
So that could be both. They can monitor both, are they?
my
So for
experience,
about a third of the facilities, we had effluent data for mercury.
and what about in the body they discharge into?
So I looked at receiving water data separately. I'm not sure where you're going, but
Well, I'm looking at the chart here, and I see that there are C values specified, and I'm just wondering, is that going to be done later? Or is anybody doing that now in these water bodies?
So I think the short answer is yes, many are.
About reservoirs, I'm not sure how many reservoirs there are in the state, but I'm just wondering how many of those reservoirs are in the reservoir program right now?
So I believe there's 74 currently impaired reservoirs that are part of the reservoir program, and there's about as many more that they expect to be impaired in the next couple years as new data are assessed. And so those would potentially be in the program as well.
So roughly, the reservoir program is anticipating about 150 reservoirs being covered by the reservoir TMDL.
And that's about what's coming down for the whole watershed, not just for direct discharges into reservoirs? We're not really, that's not really...
That's a whole separate project,
Yeah.
but basically a large thing about the reservoir program, to just put it quickly into a nutshell, is because reservoirs are be environments where methylation happens and bioaccumulation happens. In addition to just the mercury coming in, they're looking at how elemental mercury is converted to methyl mercury, which then gets in the food chain. So it's a somewhat complex model when you start looking at reservoirs, but they are looking at multiple factors. They're looking at the watersheds. So again, they're looking at mine prioritization within the watersheds for the mercury reservoir TMDL, but they're also looking at the processes that impact mercury bioaccumulation in the reservoirs, such as water management.
Do you have any idea if the North Fork Dam on the North Fork American River or Folsom Reservoir are on any lists now? And why wouldn't
Yes,
that?
they're both on lists, and they're both part of that. I see Patrick shaking his head, so I think I'm safe to say they're both part of that reservoir TMDL project.
And the Delta TMDL, that only applies to discharge. Does that go upstream from the Delta?
No.
With the exclusion?
No, it does not. Thank you, Patrick, for being in the room and shaking your head or nodding.
Is there any intent to develop some sort of, at least a course framework for regional boards to do a site-specific survey for subsistence?
So we'll get into that this afternoon, but the answer is we have provided some guidance. I have to leave something for the afternoon for people to say,
So this question's related to the slower moving bodies of water. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, but are those like large, would they apply to if you have like a fast moving river or creek, and adjacent to that there's a slough? Is it meant to apply to a small body of water like that, or just the larger bodies of slow
It's
moving
meant
water?
to apply to where the discharge is happening.
Right.
And so, and because of that, we're leaving a lot of discretion at the regional boards to figure out where the slow moving water would occur. Because again, it happens to do with the biogeochemistry of methylation. And so it's just because you call it a slough doesn't mean that it is a slow moving body of water. One more back down here.
A follow-up question. How many POTWs discharge into the Delta TMDL area?
50, you think, Patrick? 14? Oh, less than 20.
So to answer the question for those on the webinar, Patrick says it's less than 20 applied to the Delta TMDL within the legal boundaries of the Delta, which is where that TMDL applies. And then downstream, the San Francisco Bay has its own TMDL, and there, if I recall correctly, are roughly 40 dischargers into that system.
And is it that this afternoon you would discuss, for instance, how we would expect, say, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to implement this program in this vast area?
So we've talked about implementation. So this is how we would expect the Central Valley region to implement this program outside of where they have a TMDL. So this program would not apply to the Delta because they have a site-specific TMDL. It would not apply to the Cache Creek watershed because there's a site-specific TMDL. So for the handful of TMDLs that Region 5 has currently adopted, those provisions would apply. This would apply anywhere else that a TMDL has not been adopted. So other places that don't have TMDLs.
So, but about the process they actually, okay, that's the geographic area, but the process they use to implement this program.
It's the same process they're using now. There's no change to the process. So when they renew an MPDES permit, They would go through the reasonable potential analysis, assign, if appropriate, effluent limits when they issue cleanup orders for mines, when they do their non-point source, when they do their MS4 permits. The process would be the same. They would look at the program of implementation and say, does this permit already have the appropriate controls? In many cases, for a lot of things, since we're focusing on sediment control outside of point source dischargers, it's likely they already have it. But the question is then to look at a couple of other things when they do their implementation, which I think many of the regions already do. So for example, are they having a project within a geographic area that has what we defined as elevated mercury in the soil? So there we're saying if you have elevated mercury, you have to ensure that you have included sediment controls. And pretty much when we look around, that's already happening. But the process is now we're asking the regional boards to think about, okay, is this an area that has mercury? Look at it. Does it have sediment controls? Are there any other appropriate controls to control mercury that we should include? So we're not really changing any of the process.
Well, and the regional boards are to use their best judgment to assign the water column. Is there, how would they do the exercises? No guidance on quote unquote best judgment?
So it's written in there. I mean, so for a lot of cases, if it's a discharge to a river or a creek, it's going to be pretty obvious. So these are not that many cases. But yeah, we try to provide language, and if you have suggestions on it, that'd be great, to provide them with brief guidance on how to choose whether it's going to be a flowing or a slow-moving water body.
I have a question about, I think you said that dilution would not be allowed in permits if there's an impairment, and I'm wondering what the basis is for that, because I think there have been
There's no assimilative capacity?
I think there have been precedential orders from the state board that are counter to that. I just looked up one of them, 2001-06, which applies to an enclosed bay.
So in the procedures in the SIP, normally when you have a water column water quality objective, in the calculations to consider dilution, if the concentration of the pollutant is above your objective, it doesn't allow dilution.
Right, but just because you have an impaired water body doesn't mean that your concentration exceeds at all places or at all times. I mean, the state board previously found that dilution could be allowed, that having a 303 delisting alone is not a sufficient basis for denying dilution.
Trying to think what, so you're saying the whole water body could be impaired, but parts of it could be unimpaired?
Well, I can read you part of the order. It says, a regional water quality control board cannot rely solely on a section 303 delisting as the basis for concluding that a receiving water lacks assimilative capacity for an impairing pollutant. Rather, the regional water board must base assimilative capacity determinations on the relevant water quality related data. This includes the data supporting the 303 delisting.
Or, sorry, what kind of document was it?
It's a state water board precedential order from 2001.
What would supersede what we're doing?
What we're doing.
So I guess what we're doing would supersede that order, because we're explicitly saying, because the objectives are in fish tissue, so you know, how else would you assess whether or not there's assimilative capacity but to look at the fish tissue objectives?
Well, this was for a bioaccumulative as well, so it's interesting. Sure, it's 2001-06, I believe, if I found it correctly.
But again, I think that order doesn't necessarily preclude the use of impairment data to determine it. It just says you can't just solely rely upon the impairment data.
No.
So just to clarify what you were talking about prior to Susan's question, you're going to have these effluent limitations set forth in the SIP. Whether or not dilution credits apply, I think, is a big issue, as she noted. But in a situation where you have TMDLs, normally in the NPDES renewal process, they would do the reasonable potential analysis and follow the SIP, and then they may have TMDL waste load allocation, additional conditions in their permit to meet the waste load allocations. Alternatively, they may have less stringent conditions in the TMDL to meet waste load allocations in a longer period of time to do so. So are they going to be in those TMDL areas? Do they need to do the RPA, and do they have to impose that effluent limit?
So where there's a TMDL, the effluent limits are based on the assumptions and conditions of any applicable waste load allocation. And so the waste load allocation trumps whatever we've got, either current or future waste load allocations. That's the point of a TMDL, is to allow you to look at the entire impaired water body and do other means and potentially provide extended compliance schedules, because you are looking at the water body specific data, whereas this is looking at a whole statewide set of data.
And are all those waste load allocations and TMDLs designed to meet the same low standards you're putting in place now, or different water quality objectives that are not as low?
They are, for the commercial and sports fishing and the lease turn objectives, they're pretty much identical. There's slight nuances because of the way they, in some places, did fish composition, but generally it's for the most part it's a meal a week, and with the exception of Cache Creek Watershed, they added a wildlife number which is equivalent to ours because they did a meal every 2 weeks, but the wildlife objective is the same as ours pretty much, so the wildlife objective would get you to the same place that our sports fish objective gets you. Okay, well, one more.
Could you explain this program relationship to anti-degradation?
So anti-degradation happens independently in some ways of this program. Anti-degradation says that you look at the existing water quality, and before you allow a lowering of the water quality, you have to make findings. So anti-degradation happens in addition to looking at just permit limits. So anti-degradation is a separate but parallel process. So again, that anti-degradation is meant to ensure existing water quality, and that you shall not allow a lowering of the water quality below the objective. So it's a parallel process in permitting, but it's meant to ensure that you are not lowering existing water quality that is better than is necessary to protect beneficial uses. So there's different tiers too. So high quality water versus waters that are just barely meeting objectives.
But your new objectives would affect the 303D process, right? Because you would have to go about doing a further assessment. I know there's been an assessment of reservoirs in terms of 303D listing, but wouldn't you have to expand that to some of your rivers?
So it would not really change our 303D listing process, because we have, at least in recent years, been using the OWIHA recommended criterion for our guidance document to look at human health on fish tissue, since otherwise we had the 50 nanograms per liter CTR dissolved number. And so to interpret fish tissue in our listing process, we have been using the OWIHA 0.22 number in most of our listings. So it's really not a change in what we're doing that way.
Okay, that was just with respect to the prey fish, because they're much smaller fish.
Because Amanda, the royal we, because Amanda in her analysis, what we're looking at is their equivalent levels of protection if you have TL4 fish, and we just want to make sure we do. And so we don't collect the small fish that often, but yes, if we had the small fish, and if we had small fish now, we would apply an evaluation guideline, and we'd have to look at the data that Amanda used to develop what we're proposing now. The small fish are harder to catch, so most of our data sets have been larger fish. Much harder to get a fillet. Okay, well, just to wrap up, I want to thank you all for participating this morning in looking at water quality objectives. We acknowledge again that this is kind of, I think somebody said, a jigsaw puzzle in some ways, and that's why we wanted to have this technical workshop to try to help answer any questions and provide at least a walkthrough of this. Again, could you back up, Amanda? One more. There we go. Again, this was meant to be a technical workshop to help answer questions on this. The deadline for public comment is Friday, February 17th. But before that, on February 7th, we are having the public hearing before our board, another good place. Again, thank you all for what you were able to do to wade through 700 plus pages in 1 week. I know you all couldn't have because I couldn't do it. Maybe some of you just stayed up all nights for 7 days to be able to run through them. But we did want to at least run this through you all so that you, perhaps as you go through it, you might be able to say, oh, okay, I understand now why they did this. So again, thank you so much. We will break until 1 o'clock, at which point, if you're interested in what we are doing with beneficial use definitions, we'll do this all over again, but focusing primarily on beneficial uses. So thank you so much for your participation. It's about time. But no, I think we'll go ahead and get started at this point. For those of you who, and it looks like most of you, but who attended this morning's session, you're going to hear probably the same thing out of my mouth to begin with, but in case we have some new faces. My name is Rick Rasmussen. I'm the manager of the Water Quality Standards and Assessment section at the State Water Board. This is a staff technical workshop on the proposed beneficial uses and the Mercury provisions. So this morning we talked about Mercury mostly. Water quality, the 5 water quality objectives, program implementation, lots of technical stuff. So hope and a jigsaw of water quality objectives that fit together. This afternoon, we'll focus on the development of 3 beneficial use definitions, and it'll be a similar sort of drill. We will go through a presentation by Daniel, our Sea Grant Fellow, who will run through what we've been going through, and then we will pause for questions. Again, because we released over 700 pages of documentation less than a week ago, we do not anticipate that everybody has fully digested everything and been able to read everything, because I know it took me more than a week to review all 700 pages when I reviewed it. Quick housekeeping: if there is a fire alarm or go off here, we will evacuate the building. Our gathering place is generally Cesar Chavez Park, where we would get the all clear. However, if it's raining, I would tell you there are lots of coffee shops around Cesar Chavez Park as well. So the weather's been actually pretty nice at lunchtime, so I hope you were able to get out. Again, this is a staff level workshop, and you will have lots of opportunity for public comment. We're primarily holding this workshop because there's a lot of interacting parts with this set of provisions, and we wanted to be able to answer questions from you all in advance of you having to provide formal public comment. So this isn't a formal public comment session. This is more of a ability to have some conversation around this. You will have opportunity for formal public comment, of course. The formal public comment period ends in February, and before that, on February 7th, there will be a public hearing before the board where you can actually talk to our board members about any concerns or questions you have. We, of course, will be there as well presenting. And then on February 17th, we will have the close of the written public comment period. So you can have oral comments and additional clarifying questions in public in early February, mid-February, the 17th, the public comment period closes, and then we get to work making revisions based on public comments, answering public comments, and then we are scheduled to go before the board in May to hear the provisions. So that is our schedule. And again, I really thank people for coming. I know this Monday, after lots of rain over the weekend and last week, made travel for some folks difficult, and the holidays being all on top of it, just following on the heels of that. So I appreciate people attending. For those in attendance over the WebEx, again, I thank you for attending. If you have clarifying questions that don't otherwise get answered here, there is an email address that we will put up on the screen again at the end of Mercury provisions at waterboards.ca.gov, all one word, Mercury provisions. And we'll try to answer any questions we get by email. We are not set up to answer those questions live. So that's why I say if you have questions that don't get asked otherwise by this group in attendance, please feel free, and we will attempt to answer any clarifying questions at that time. Also, we did not print the full packet of paper for folks because it's over 700 pages, and in the word of one of my staff members, weighs more than his cat if you print it all out. And being an environmental organization, we try to save paper. If you need a copy of the provisions, the about 20 pages that would be the regulation itself, we do have some copies of that as well in the back. We also have a handout in the back that lists the contact information and the information about when the board hearings and workshops are happening as well in the schedule. So please, if you need that, feel free to pick that up. If for some reason you absolutely do need to have a printed copy of the provisions, the whole package, all 700 plus pages, see Zane here in the front of the room at some point and get your contact information to him, and we will get a copy printed out for you. Oh, and just again, since we are webcasting this, we're asking that when you have questions, that you wait until you get a microphone in your hand so that the people can hear online.
Are you planning to release a revised draft provisions before the May workshop? Or
So
before
the
May
way
hearing?
the way it will work is if we have. So we will have, it always happens. Let's just be blunt, right, Stacy? We always have something that changes. Corrections, as much as we try to catch everything, having, several hundred sets of eyes potentially on our documentation instead of the 12 that were before we released it, somebody will find something. And some revisions may come up based on public comment. So absolutely there will be a red line strikeout version before it goes to adoption based on public comment. So that just always happens. So it would be corrections to typographical errors, changes to things if we misquoted ourselves as far as internal references, or if as a logical outgrowth something changes in the provisions themselves.
Will that revised draft be available for public comment?
It will be available for any changes would be commented at the adoption meeting. I do not anticipate having a red line strikeout version before the public hearing because that will be on this thing. And then basically the way our process works is we would have as soon as we can, but I can't guarantee a whole lot of notice because of our time schedule. It would be logical outgrowths of what we've discussed, and that would be available prior to the board adoption meeting. Okay, so with that, I will turn it over to Daniel.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming today. Like Rick said, what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about the beneficial uses development of these new uses. I'll talk a little bit about the background, some of the outreach we did, and the last half of this presentation is basically our frequently asked questions document that we put together. So we had a lot of questions. We had a lot of questions during our focused stakeholder outreach, and we summarized those with an FAQ document that's available on the website. And so what I've done is taken some of the more not pressing, but some of the more frequently asked questions and put those in the presentation as well. So I'll just kind of walk through that all for you. Like Rick said, to the purpose of today's meeting, give a little bit of background for these uses, why they were developed, how they were developed, and then we'll talk about the draft definitions as they are right now. And then again, we'll answer any clarifying questions you might have. As Rick said, the public hearing to receive oral comments will be on February 7th. You can submit comments in writing until February 17th. The email is right up there, commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. And then please include comment letter, beneficial uses, and Mercury objectives. So what are beneficial uses? Again, just kind of giving some background here. Beneficial uses are the cornerstone of water quality protection. They reflect the goals for a given water body, and they provide a framework for establishing water quality objectives to protect specific water bodies from pollutants or from contaminants. You don't need to memorize this list, but this is an example of some of the existing beneficial uses that are out there. And today we're going to talk about 3 additional uses that will be added to this list. And this list is not exhaustive, but it gives you, a feel for some of the uses that are in basin plans already. So the 3 beneficial uses that I'm talking about today are tribal tradition culture, tribal subsistence fishing, and then subsistence fishing. So take a moment. This is the current working definition of the tribal tradition and culture definition. This definition has gone through a lot of iterations. It was originally brought to the board in, I think, a 2013 resolution. It was brought by a group of tribes, and it has since been refined based on some of our focused stakeholder outreach. A little bit of background on this particular use. It is specific to California Native American tribal practices and sovereignty. It is designed to protect traditional and cultural activities. Some examples include, this is not a full list, but a few examples include water immersion ceremonies, gathering of aquatic materials, maybe used for basket weaving or other ceremonies, collection and use of aquatic plants that may be used for food and medicine. Again, these are just some examples of things that may be covered under this. Not a full list, of course. And so here I want to provide the definition of California Native American tribe as defined in the amendment. So there's a glossary section of the Mercury Amendment, and this is the definition that has been provided by, or that has been put together for California Native American tribe, because there were a lot of questions as to what groups might fall under this definition, so we've tried to clarify that here. The second definition we're working on is tribal subsistence fishing. And again, there are two subsistence fishing definitions. So this one is specific to California Native American tribes, and then the third one has more of an environmental justice focus. But you'll see that the two definitions are pretty similar in their current iteration. But I'll leave this one up here for you to take a gander at. As with the first tribal tradition and cultural use, this one is specific to California Native American tribal practices and respects Native American sovereignty. It is designed to protect people who consume fish or shellfish at levels consumed by California Native American tribes. It does not protect fish or their habitat. I'll come back to that again when I go through some of the frequently asked questions we had, but that was some feedback we received during our focused outreach meetings. But this is not designed to protect fish or their habitat. The last definition that we're talking about today is general subsistence fishing. And again, the definition that you're seeing here is quite similar to the previous definition with the California Native American tribe language removed. As I've been saying, this use is designed to protect non-tribal people who are consuming fish and shellfish at levels above the average recreational fisher. You know, this is subsistence fishing. You're living off this level of fish that you're consuming. The consumption may be due to cultural practices or for economic reasons or both. And once again, just emphasizing that this is not to protect the fish or their habitat. There are other beneficial uses that are designed to do that. So I'll transition now to a little bit of the next steps, and then after that I'll talk about some of the frequently asked questions, which hopefully will answer some of the questions you have, and then we'll open it up to the floor. So assuming the State Water Board does adopt these beneficial uses, the regional boards may designate these beneficial uses. They won't be designated just by being passed, but they will be available to the regional boards to adopt through a basin plan action. And then additionally, water quality objectives may be developed that could be regional or statewide to protect these beneficial uses. And then additionally, implementation programs may be developed down the line. So going into the frequently asked questions now. One of the most frequently asked questions we received during our focused stakeholder outreach was, will the State Water Board provide guidance for designating these uses? And so what I've put in here is a couple of quotes that come from the staff report that we didn't put together a guidance document. We always said that that wasn't going to be part of it, but this is some of the guidance that's in the Mercury Amendment. So I'll leave that up there, and maybe that will provide some guidance. That's the hope. So I'll kind of go through these frequently asked questions, and I'll leave, a lot of them we have quotes up there just so you can see the actual language that was used. But again, these are just kind of to guide the discussion. If you have follow-up questions on these, then we'll be happy to answer those as best we can. Another question we received, how will these beneficial uses affect flow objectives, or will they require flow objectives? We received a lot of questions or a lot of feedback along those lines. And we want to emphasize that it's not anticipated that flow objectives would be developed to support the cultural use. We really want to emphasize that. These are water quality, not water rights, beneficial uses. We do note here that as part of a 401 certification process, these beneficial uses must be considered. But again, reiterating that these are for water quality, not water rights. That was another frequently asked question. I've been emphasizing this, but we also received a lot of feedback. Will the two subsistence fishing beneficial uses protect fish habitat and flow to guarantee a quantity of fish? There was some thoughts that the beneficial uses could be interpreted that way. Our interpretation as staff, these are uses that support human health. The draft definitions were updated in maybe about a month or two ago to sort of reflect that. There are existing beneficial uses. We tried to say this during our focused outreach, that protect habitat for fish, warm, cold. These are designed to protect the habitat. That's not the goal of the subsistence fishing beneficial use. And again, there's a quote there from the staff report driving home what I'm saying. So are these proposed beneficial uses already being protected through other beneficial uses or other permits? Some people brought that up, thinking that they might be redundant. People also asked, is it possible to protect these uses with TMDLs? And here are some answers to those. Tribal activities and fish consumed at subsistence levels are not covered by existing uses, which is a lot of the reason we're developing these, is that these activities were not covered by uses, and people consuming fish at these subsistence levels were not protected. So that's some of the background for why these uses were developed. As far as TMDLs go, they are usually, generally speaking, they're implemented if a beneficial use is impaired. So they're related in that regard. So how will these uses interact with beneficial uses adopted by the North Coast Regional Water Board? The North Coast Regional Water Board is the only regional water board to have a use that is similar to this, and so we've addressed that in the staff report as well, and I just put the quote up there so you can all take a look at that instead of listening to me read it. Next question that, again, this is a subset, so this frequently asked question document is available online. But another question that we received frequently was, how does the statewide adoption of these uses affect their incorporation into basin plans? And as I said, if and when these uses are adopted, it doesn't immediately designate a given water body, but adoption will make them readily available for designation by the regional boards if they want to do that. Regional boards will still go through the public process to amend their basin plan to set forth the use or establish designations. So that still happens, but now there's a common definition that has been adopted statewide. When would the Regional Water Board designate these beneficial uses? Generally, the need to designate is identified during the triennial review process of the basin plan. Regional boards do go through the public process to amend their basin plans, but it's generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking during the triennial review process where these issues are brought up. And as far as what are the criteria needed to designate, it depends if the beneficial use is occurring. And there's another frequently asked question, which I'll get to in a second, dealing with designation and criteria. Are the proposed tribal beneficial uses restricted to tribal or sovereign lands or waters? Quick answer, no. The water body may be on tribal lands, historic tribal lands, or land that is or could be used by tribes. So I hinted at this. Will information be available identifying the specific tribal activity that justifies the designation? There was some concern that a water body might be designated and people wouldn't know what it was being designated for and therefore how to protect it. And our answer to that is that information concerning the types of activities will be publicly available as they relate to health risks and exposure. However, out of respect of Native American culture, specific ceremonial practices that are not relevant to consideration of water quality will not be available. But there will be some publicly available information, again, as it relates to the health risks and exposure. So this came out of the outreach where we were talking about these beneficial uses, but not about water quality objectives. So people asked, in the absence of water quality objectives, how are the uses going to be protected? And the answer to that is that these uses must first be incorporated into basin plans and designated to water bodies. That's the first step. After that, existing water quality objectives may be used or new objectives may be developed. If that's the case, there is still the public participation process. And if the regional board decides it needs to develop new objectives, that is an option. But again, water quality objectives will be developed, or let me rephrase, may be developed after the designation. Okay, I'll wrap up here just reiterating the anticipated schedule. We are in the public comment period. As Rick mentioned, it's a massive document, so this is a staff workshop to help wade through some of that. Today is the public workshop. February 7th is the board hearing, which is another opportunity to come to voice your comments and let the board know what you think. The board meeting considered for adoption is in May. I think it's May 5th, I believe is the date, right? I think. Yeah. And on here is just a note that the U.S. EPA shall propose Mercury criteria if they have not already approved these provisions by June 30th of 2017. Again, here is the project webpage. You can sign up for email notices. And the contact, like Rick said, is mercuryprovisions@waterboards.ca.gov. You can also, from that webpage, navigate to the beneficial uses webpage, which has the frequently asked document I've referenced throughout this talk. Putting this up there again because we want to make sure that you have all the information to submit feedback if you need to do so. The deadline is noon on Friday, February 17th. And then just go ahead and email it to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. And with that, we will open it up to questions. Thank you.
So just to be clear, the objectives that you identified this morning would not be implemented into a basin plan unless and until the regional board went through the process of modifying their basin plan? And even at that point, they could choose not to implement those particular objectives, but develop others?
In short, yes. With the caveat that the State Water Board also has planning authority as well. And so in some rare cases, like once that I know of, the State Water Board has designated beneficial uses in the Los Angeles region, but they still have to go through the same public process and hold a hearing in the affected regional board should the state board decide to take action to amend a regional board's basin plan. That gets a little bit in the weeds, but the short answer is yes. The subsistence beneficial use, the subsistence objectives would apply once designations happen, with that one little caveat that in the permitting process, if there was an evidence in the record that it was an existing beneficial use, a beneficial use that occurred and the water quality was sufficient for its to protect that beneficial use after 1975, the regional boards could implement the objectives at that point. But that's, again, that 1975 date where you have the documented use that is occurring and the water quality was sufficient to attain the use on or after 1975. But that's a rare occurrence in our world. Generally, it is you go through the public process, designate the beneficial uses, and we have language that encourages site-specific objective development, recognizing that for the two subsistence beneficial uses, one is a narrative, so it almost by default requires a site-specific objective, although there's some information to use national numbers in the absence of site-specific information. And then also with the tribal, while we are adopting a tribal subsistence use based on the Fraser-Schilling study, we recognize that 40 tribes, it was a really good survey that way, and we had really good participation from the tribal communities, but it's not every tribe in the state. And so again, we are encouraging that the regions would take into that consideration and adopt site-specific adjustments to those objectives when they designate waters.
And just a follow-up question, are you assuming that this proceeding here will fulfill the June 30th deadline of EPA, or is that all the way through to the adoption by the regional boards?
No, our action for the EPA obligation is to adopt, using federal terms at this point because it would be federal, water quality criteria for the protection of wildlife unless California completes their project and EPA approves what we do. So it's on the water quality objectives piece that EPA has the deadline. And that's what we are very much hoping we can comply with so that EPA doesn't adopt criteria, because we've been through that with the California Toxics Rule, and we'd rather not have them do it because they adopt criteria without implementation guidance. And we'd rather have implementation guidance for folks.
I have a couple of questions. One is, what do you mean when you say no confirmation is necessary for the subsistence fishing beneficial uses? That's the EJ one.
And I am not sure what that was meant to be. So again, what we do provide in the staff report is some guidance that you know the regional boards have to have evidence generally have to have evidence before they would adopt beneficial uses. But I want to be clear here that the Clean Water Act in Port Cologne allows the water boards the opportunity to adopt what under the Clean Water Act is sometimes considered goal uses, or under Port Cologne, past or probable future uses. So the water boards can, as a matter of policy, designate beneficial uses to water bodies where that use is not currently occurring. So it could be that it's the goal of the water boards to work towards that beneficial use or to protect a past beneficial use. So there's that discretion that it doesn't have to be we know that it happens in other places. So there's a wide discretion available for where you designate and when, but so probable future is the Port of Cologne or past, and in the Clean Water Act, they refer to it generally as goal uses. And Stacy's dying to answer that one.
Yeah, let me just follow up. The definitions have gone through several iterations, and previously the beneficial use definition for the tribal subsistence fishing stated, or no, for the tribal cultural use stated that the use had to be affirmed by a California Native American tribe. The use definitions also had additional guidance, and what we did in developing the regulatory language was take out the guidance and elevate it to precede the actual definitions. So no longer is the clause about the necessity that it be affirmed by a tribe is contained in the definition itself. We elevated it up above, and so can you get the regulation language up there?
We don't have it on
So
PowerPoint.
So essentially, read in concert, what this states is for the tribal subsistence fishing, confirmation should be required that that use is occurring by a tribe. Conversely, no such confirmation from any population is required for the other subsistence fishing use category. So we just wanted to specify it's required in the one and not the other.
Okay. I was actually asking that for someone else. So another question I have is there was the slide about the North Coast Basin. It says, you could just pull that up. The last phrase of it, in the future, if the North Coast Regional Water Board amends its basin plan with the provisions, such designation would determine which of the Mercury water quality objectives would apply. Could you explain why you're bringing in the Mercury water quality objectives?
Because there's the definitions so we're not superseding the North Coast Basin Plan definitions by this action. So where they have already designated waters, those designations apply. Their definitions are different than our definitions and commingle our definitions. So it's unclear as to, for specific waters, which parts of the Mercury objectives would apply for which designations. So we're saying that there needs to be some clarity produced there. Because their tribal beneficial use commingles tribal cultural tradition and subsistence fishing, where our new beneficial use definitions separate those out. So there's not clarity, and they have not applied subsistence fishing to any of those waters, at least for protection at this point in the North Coast. So it's unclear for us what their record intended, and they would need to clarify that.
Okay, I guess I was a little confused that all of these things you are lumping under the Mercury water quality objectives, even though for tribal subsistence, for tribal traditional cultural use, that's not necessarily a Mercury
Right,
issue.
so we're not lumping them, we're just, because we are proposing to our board subsistence fishing rates and a subsistence fishing objective for Mercury. We want to make it clear that for the North Coast, which has a tribal beneficial use definition already, because of the commingling, it's not 100% clear how they would necessarily apply those water quality objectives once they're adopted, because they'd be available. And so the North Coast would need to provide some clarity.
And then my final question is the criteria needed to designate. You put whether a beneficial use is occurring. Is there anything else required for designating?
So we would have to go through the public process, and that was the difficulty with providing a quote-unquote guidance document, because the water boards under Port of Cologne and the Clean Water Act have some broad authority as to when they want to designate. So anticipation is that, our expectation, excuse me, is that the regional boards would work with the folks who want to have designations made and would build a body of evidence upon which to make that designation, whether it's a past use or a present use or a probable future use, and work with that and go through the public process. Such things for subsistence use designation would be the ability to have a fish consumption study showing what level of consumption is happening, where it's happening, and things like that, and what fish are consumed, because that really matters. Again, same idea with the cultural use is what types of activities with a nexus to water quality would be happening there, because if we don't know that, we don't know how to protect the use. So again, because these are water quality beneficial uses, there's a nexus to water quality.
So I was one of the people that was a proponent of coming up with a guidance document for the use of the beneficial uses. It seems that it is so high level. You take a water body, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, Sacramento River, right, portion of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, and I have no idea, which I imagine a lot of the people in this room and you don't have an idea of where folks, all the places that people do subsistence fishing, or where the tribal uses are, or how those vary. And I didn't really understand through the focus work groups, or through the email exchanges, or as the definitions were being changed or proposed. I didn't understand if it was supposed to apply to a portion of a water body, like I don't like the term donut island. I don't know, a very discrete, maybe that's a better word, a discrete portion of a water body. So if you have a couple of spots within the Sacramento River that are used for tribal subsistence fishing or cultural use, then does that apply to the entire water body? And if there are different uses occurring adjacent to each other, do you have a composite of those? I have no idea how these would be used at all.
So the answer is yes. You'll like that one, right? Yes. The regional boards have quite a bit of discretion on how they designate water bodies. They can designate entire water body systems with a beneficial use definition. They can do blanket designations like we've done in the past with municipal and domestic supply, where we said every water body in the state, unless it's explicitly opt out of the definition, is in. People generally don't like those because we've found they cause more problem than they're worth in some cases. Or you can designate very specific segments, is usually what we call them, of water bodies for that definition. And they could have overlapping uses, but then what we do is we look at what water quality objectives are necessary to protect the various uses on the water body. It's no different than it happens now. So we could have a portion of a water body that it happens. I think it was commented, a water body that starts up at high elevation that's designated as a cold water beneficial use, and that water body could come to the valley floor and become a low gradient water body and be designated a warm water body for the beneficial use. Same water body, different segments. But that whole water body could then also have the designation of wild. So it's wildlife habitat. So the regional boards always deal with that overlap of various beneficial uses in various segments.
So, and the term individual is used under the subsistence fishing. So it's the intent to protect an individual's...
So here's the difference. So it's meant, under the Clean Water Act, we don't have to protect a water body necessarily because a single person is using it. But when we set the water quality objectives, we set those to protect the individual. So it doesn't mean that that the regional boards have to designate or can consider it an existing beneficial use because one person happens to occasionally use that water body for some use. That the EPA guidance documents under the Water Quality Standards Academy questions and answers makes that pretty clear, that sort of the accidental or incidental use of a water body does not rise to the level where you have to consider that an existing beneficial use, and therefore de facto designated, but we want to make it clear that when we look at water quality objectives, we're looking to protect people.
So to me, that wasn't clear as I read through the sections of the staff report. So just maybe consider clarifying that. And then one other question, 2 parts. We know that this likely would link to mercury, PCBs, potentially selenium. Is there a comprehensive list of contaminants that we would consider water quality objectives for? Would it be a fish tissue objective? Again, I don't know what would happen as a result of this.
Again, that would have to happen dependent upon where you are to evaluate it. So yes, the bioaccumulatives are potentials because they're based on consumption. So where you have an objective that is based on consumption of fish tissue, there may need to be additional objectives developed for those depending on where you are. For things like the cultural use, it really depends on what the nexus to water quality is, and in many cases the existing beneficial uses may be appropriate, or there may be a timing issue.
So, and then these can be applied where there is currently a TMDL. Do I have them backwards? So if you have a TMDL for mercury, for instance, these could be applied and overrule or supersede the waste load allocations that were given in that TMDL?
So if a regional board were to designate the beneficial uses of subsistence fishing and therefore now the new beneficial use objectives would apply to that water body, with strong encouragement that the regional board adopts site-specific implementation for that, yes, then potentially you could have the effluent guidelines, for example, applied to that water body, or the regional board would revise their TMDL because it's overall, it would still be impaired for mercury to incorporate those targets at the same time. So the water board would need to do some sort of program of implementation. If it's already impaired, again, it's up to the regional board's discretion and evidence in the record as to whether they want to designate the water body. There's nothing that says they absolutely have to designate a water body for these beneficial uses. We're not telling them they have to do it. We're telling them that these are available and that they should go through the public process to develop those designations.
And then Rick, last part of that question, the tributary rule, then it would apply, right? If you had a discrete segment of the water that got the beneficial use and the objectives became more stringent, then the tributary rule, does that apply also?
It would depend on how the region incorporated it into their basin plan. The tributary rules don't have to automatically apply. So that's particularly in Region 5, that's a very broad tributary rule where it says in the absence of specific designations, remember the water quality objectives do not flow through the tributary rule, the beneficial uses do. So if you have a beneficial use and say the Sacramento River and you're very discrete about where that beneficial use is defined, that beneficial use does not necessarily need to run upstream. The regional board can be very clear about that in its designation. And that frankly is one of the points of developing the subsistence beneficial uses, is the idea of being able to be very targeted in our designations so that we don't overly broadly apply higher consumption rates.
Just excuse me, just following up on the second question, as it relates to individuals, are you proposing with this definition to change the approach? Because typically, as you look at how EPA criteria is developed, it's a risk base on 1 in a million, yet in this case, you talk about individuals versus collectively. So are you with this?
Generally, so 1 in a million additional cancer risk for carcinogens is EPA's. They also look at protecting the most sensitive populations. So there's different terminology depending on what class of chemical is there. The idea is that when we look at setting water quality objectives, we're not necessarily looking to protect the entire tribe. What we're trying to say is that the whole tribe, for example, doesn't have to be the ones eating the fish. It's the people who are actually eating the fish that we're protecting.
So following that up is so if one person's eating 20 fish a week, 30 fish a week, is that what you're going to pick because it says individuals? Is that the idea versus the average or the mean?
The idea would be the objectives would be set like we do now, are set based on a consumption study, and they're meant to, the idea is part of what we're trying to do is be clear that we're protecting the people's public health that are eating the fish. We're not trying to protect the fish, we're not trying to protect the habitat on those, but we're trying to protect the people who eat the fish. The consumption rate would be picked through the public process, and generally we have, following EPA guidance, protect at the 90th or 95th percentile when we're looking at protecting sensitive individuals.
Additional follow-up information is if you look at the language and the definitions, it doesn't specify that the fishing is occurring by an individual. What's being distinguished there is that it's the non-commercial fishing or catching or gathering for consumption by individuals, communities, and their households. And so the phrase of individuals, communities, and households, we're wanting to articulate that different people within the tribal community might be consuming the fish. We're not specifying who is actually catching the fish, but we wanted to emphasize that it's a non-commercial catching. Does that give any insight to the actual use of the word individual with respect to a designation? In context, it says consumption by individuals, not fishing.
I have to ask, again, this is nice to have a sidebar conversation over here, but I have to have people on mics to ask the questions because otherwise, or you have to repeat the questions because we have people online.
Sure, and with respect to this general topic, it could very well be that some additional support in the staff report or indeed in our responses to comments can shore this issue up.
Earlier you had mentioned that the two subsistence beneficial uses wouldn't affect, you don't expect that they would affect the flows or the numbers of fish. I was wondering if you think that the cultural would potentially affect the numbers of fish.
So again, neither of the beneficial use definitions are designed to protect the fish habitat and fish quantity and flow issues. With that said, they are water quality beneficial uses, so it's the nexus to water quality. That said, the board does, because it has water rights authority and it's within its purview, the board does have the discretion when it makes water rights licensing or water quality certifications to include consideration of water quality beneficial uses. That's the reason the legislature actually combined the water rights and water pollution boards together. They already do that. Currently, for example, there are recreational flow requirements on some of the 401 cert FERC licenses on various rivers. So could the water board at some future date include some flow requirements in a water quality certification or licensing to protect a cultural use like a navigational use? They do have that discretion, although it's based on protecting the water quality use at that point, but it would be through the water rights process that they would do that.
Hello, Rick. This is Javier Silva from Sherwood Valley, Bandapomo. And I just had a question regarding the tribal subsistence fishing objective numbers that you had got there. And it just kind of, I don't know, threw me for a loop, but what do you mean by 70% trophic level 3 and 30% trophic level 4. What does that mean?
So when we looked at the study by Fraser, it looked, and you looked at the sort of picture, it appeared that looking at tribal consumption in that study, recognizing again that it could be very different on an individual tribe, but overall, about 70% of the consumption were things like trout, salmon, that trophic level of fish, and about 30% were of the higher trophic level fish, large catfish, bass, potentially, things like that. So we adjusted it that way, but recognizing with the consideration that the regional board should consider when they designate, working with the tribe to see if there's a more appropriate, shall we say, creel basket of fish that would be appropriate for that tribe. But when we looked at that study in the aggregate, that looked like a reasonable, for lack of a better term, default water quality objective.
Okay, so yeah, you did mention that 40 tribes participated in that, which is a good number. It is inconclusive. It is, got a huge gap in there. I mean, there's a lot more. There's 120 tribes in the state, and there's a numerous amount of individual communities out there. So I didn't really see that put in the report that way, that the Schilling study needed more work. I mean, you need more studies out there, and I think that
Again,
specific.
Right, and
Right.
we have, and I think even in the regulation, correct, make it clear that the regional board should consider site-specific objectives when they designate.
Okay, and then so under the subsistence fishing objective, you didn't have any numbers there, probably because you didn't have a study like the Schilling study for that. But just as a comment, I would like to see some of that summary put into the tribal subsistence fishing as well, or at least for the boards, because as an option, that's something that we've been talking about with this whole beneficial use. So that's just a comment. Thank you.
And you're correct. We didn't have, so on the subsistence side of we did not have nearly anywhere as robust a study to try to look at subsistence use. And when the studies we do have, the level of consumption varied widely from like 2 meals a week to 9 meals a week, and varied from all lower trophic level fish to all higher trophic level fish. And our peer reviewers came back and said, yeah, for the general subsistence fishing, you need to absolutely do it site specific. But they agreed that the Fraser study, while it has potential biases in it, was a reasonable place to start for setting a water quality objective. Susan?
I had a question about the distinction that I think you made between existing beneficial uses and past or probable future beneficial uses.
Two different regulatory constructs.
That's what I'm trying to understand. I know some basin plans within the state make that distinction and others don't. They just have, an X in the box that encompasses all of them. I'm wondering if it makes a difference in terms of which water quality objective applies. In other words, if you designate something that only is potential future or only is past, the aspirational, is it the same from a regulatory perspective?
It has to date been the same. It does not have to be the same in the future, because again, we are encouraging the water boards. I always want to put, my attorney won't let me do this, but every time I'm developing a regulation, I want to say, everybody has to engage brain when they're doing this. That includes me and my staff, right? And so, when you think about it, we have done, regardless of whether it's a past, present, or probable future use, we've just called them designated uses, which is basically what we have in California. Some boards have, I'm trying to think of the right word, trying to marry the beneficial use Clean Water Act designations and California law have put these E's and P's and O's and X's and full circles and half circles, and they're all designated uses subject to refinement. If they call it an existing use in a basin plan, it's not necessarily an existing use under federal law. It's subject to refinement. It's just was their best guess in most cases in 1975 when they did that. There's nothing to prevent the water boards, if they designate a beneficial use as a probable future beneficial use, to either A, have a different water quality objective as they do it, or B, have a longer implementation schedule and say, hey, it's a probable future use. We don't expect this to be met for 50 years, and so it really doesn't, like sort of like a TMDL, right? It's a TMDL construct where you can have interim waste load allocations. I see nothing that would prevent a regional board from doing that as well, that sort of construct. So we do have the authority to do that. We basically did that with Vacaville. When we looked at the water quality objectives for the disinfection byproducts, one of the arguments there was it's not an existing use where that discharge happens, and even where the discharge is happening, it's really a probable future beneficial use, and that's one of the arguments we made early on in changing the cancer risk level for the disinfection byproducts. So it's not particularly articulated that way in the basin plan, but that was some of the rationale that went through adjusting that beneficial use was, yeah, it's a drinking water use, but it's not happening here right now, but we want to protect it as a probable future beneficial use, so we're not going to completely write it off, but we will relax the water quality objective.
On the same note then, I don't remember, I haven't read the whole document yet, but I don't.
You did not have it for...
That was the question. Is there anything in there that gets to what you just said? And if not, would you be open to adding that?
Absolutely.
I
don't know. I can't. I too am in a blur after reviewing all the documents of exactly what's in where. But we are always open, based on comment, to, as Stacy mentioned, shoring up any of our information based on public comment, making clarification to make it clear to folks, because this is really a jigsaw puzzle.
Well, and so a related question, we've already talked about the distinction I think that you made with the date, the 1975 date, and the fact that Mercury has been at relatively high levels in our waters probably since the 1800s. If the mercury concentrations have been above the levels that you're proposing here, does that mean that it's not an existing use?
For purposes of implementation MPDS permits through the anti-DEG regulations, it probably would not meet the existing use definition. That doesn't mean that we can't designate it as a beneficial use, because you do not have to have a water body attaining the water quality objectives when a beneficial use is designated.
But that would mean that legally it wouldn't be an existing?
Again, that's right. But recognize that that construct of existing beneficial use doesn't really exist in the water quality standards regulations per se. It's in the anti-degradation regulations, and it has to do with doing permit findings to protect uses that are not designated. So it's a kind of a funky mix of how it fits in. But unfortunately, we have probably misused that construct in California by putting E's and P's and O's in our basin plans. Our basin plans really designate beneficial uses. The idea is the other place that existing comes in is if you want to remove a beneficial use. If you want to remove a beneficial use, you would have to go through the analysis to find out if it's an existing use, and then you may not remove it if it's an existing use. But if you're designating a use, it doesn't have to be an existing use. And so the designations, the way we did them in 1975, really blur that line.
It's hard to know what that means in terms of how the policy will be applied.
Well, so again, how the policy would be applied is they're new beneficial uses, they'd be new designations. If there were a place where somebody were discharging and there was evidence in the record that it was an existing beneficial use, they could take a permitting action to protect that existing beneficial use without designating it. It's on the regulations. I've seen it done a few times in permits, but not a lot.
But does that mean if there's an E meaning existing use in a basin plan, that you have to apply these water quality objectives?
Well, any designation in a basin plan means you apply the water quality objectives that apply to that designation, whether it's an E or P or O at this point. As I say, really, we shouldn't get hung up on, and when I teach this to the regional boards, we shouldn't get hung up on whether the basin plans have an E or a P or an O or an X or whatever it is. They're designated beneficial uses for purposes of water quality control planning in the state of California.
That meaning under Port of Cologne, not under the Clean Water Act.
Not under the Clean Water Act. And we have refined uses in the basin plans where there were an E and said, oh, wait a minute, that use did not exist on or after 1975 per the federal definition. It was just this construct that we tried to do to say, oh yeah, we see people fishing there, it's an existing use. So it doesn't mean, and again, the other piece of that is because a lot of our beneficial uses are fairly broad, you can narrow what the existing use is. Because
so within this construct for Mercury and for these new beneficial uses, does the concept of, I mean, usually tiered uses is for aquatic life.
This is basically a tiered use.
And these are the tiers?
Correct.
Are there sub-tiers possible within those
Well,
tiers?
Of course.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way, somebody could, again, come in and say, oh, this is, some, again, tiered version of these. I can't think of it. So one of the advantages, and this didn't come out, is, recognizing that some more recent EPA actions in the nation have pushed states to adopt much more stringent water quality objectives to protect tribal rights and subsistence uses broadly because they don't have a tiered use. And so one of the things we're looking at is saying we really don't want to necessarily apply a fish consumption rate that protects very high consumption levels in all waters that have commercial and sports fishing in California. We'd rather have the option of being much more targeted, and therefore by adopting tiered uses in our conversations with EPA, they're comfortable saying, oh, you are considering tribal treaty rights, tribal sovereignty rights, and other consumers by being able to designate in the appropriate water bodies. So hopefully then EPA doesn't come and say, well, we're not going to approve your 1 meal a week because you're not protecting tribal rights because we have a separate, shall we call it, tiered use that would protect them. So that's one of the reasons to try to do this, is to prevent what they did in, so far proposed in Maine and have adopted in Washington and Oregon.
Okay. And if I can switch gears, I have one question that I should have asked this morning that I didn't.
No, bad.
I asked a question about the marine habitat designation and whether fish move between the ocean and inland. I have the same question about reservoirs and stocked fish. What if it's stocked fish that are trucked in that have the high mercury concentrations?
I'm leaving that to Patrick because they have been wrestling with that one.
Well, for the most part, the fish that are stocked in the reservoirs are trout when they have pretty low levels of mercury in them.
Besides the trout are fed on pellets. It's not fed on things that are high in mercury. So really what they're finding is that those trout that are stocked have very low mercury. And so generally that's one of the other reasons to look at, have the bass, and there's a higher trophic level. The bass are not stocked. The stocked fish are the trout. So if you're looking at bass, you're protecting the fish. Also, it's another reason if you're in a trout-dominated water and they're stocking the fish, they're usually stocking the fish at sizes to catch. And that doesn't protect all the wildlife because a lot of the wildlife eat fish that are smaller than that. And so by using the prey fish objective, then we are assuring that we're protecting wildlife because those would be smaller than the fish that are being stocked.
But in general, to bluntly, the way we assess water quality objectives, again, is when we electroshock, we collect the fish, and of the right size class, we analyze them. So for many places where reservoirs, when they do the sampling, they electroshock, they get their 9 fish or whatever it is in the protocol, and they analyze those, because unlike, say, where the Anadromous salmonids, where they clip the adipose fin, they're not clipping fins necessarily, or they're not clipping fins when they dump a bunch of trout in a reservoir. So it's just, again, for water quality assessment purposes, you catch your fish generally by electroshocking. What floats up is what you gather, and that's what you assess.
One more question. I'm just curious as to if you can provide us an update on the status of the lakes and the reservoirs TMDLs that are in development.
Yes, Patrick would be happy to do that, since he just tried to give away the microphone again.
Well, that project, we're currently getting the staff report ready to go out to scientific peer review, and we hope to get that out in a month or so. And then after that, we're going to start having stakeholder meetings again and talking to the public about that project and its implementation plan for the reservoirs.
Thanks, Patrick. Any other questions? Down here in the front. Oh, could you wait for the microphone, please? Thank you. I know it's so frustrating.
Not so. As I understand it, then the established Mercury TMDL areas and ocean waters, are those the only waters that this would not apply to?
So for the water quality objectives, and specifically in their implementation, we're specifically exempting waters with TMDLs and site-specific objectives, and again, the ocean waters are not included in this. For these new beneficial uses, those could be designated where an existing TMDL is, which could then have an additional water quality objective applied to it, which would require most likely an update to the TMDL, because they would then need to develop a new target.
So no other categories of water?
That's pretty much all we have in the state. Unless you count ground, oh, and I should say it's surface waters, right? So we don't count groundwater.
And so other than the triennial requirement, is there any pending deadline for basin plan amendments?
Well, for us, for the Mercury project, for the water quality objectives to protect wildlife, there is the deadline driven by the consent decree of June 30th that's on EPA that says if the state of California doesn't complete their process, then EPA has to propose their own, and they would propose objectives without implementation procedures.
So I think my question is,
the
basin amendment process, is that included in, it's obviously not in the June deadline. But
for the regional boards to take action, there are no deadlines, no. And we're trying to make it clear both in our staff report, and we will try to make it even more explicitly clear probably in the resolution, that the adoption of this is not intended to change any priorities that are already in the pipeline. Folks are welcome as they always are, to request the regional boards to make something a priority, but we are not directing the regional boards to make it a priority to do any of these actions.
And if a regional board puts it on a very low priority, what can be done?
You can contact the State Water Board to ask them if they want to take it up on their own motion.
And if this is also true of an unsatisfactory result from the process, that can be taken to the state board?
You can ask again the state board to review actions of the regional board on their own motion.
Is there a schedule? Does the state board otherwise monitor basin plan amendments? And is there any schedule of them happening other than the follow regional boards?
No, there's no schedule other than, we do monitor. We have a programmatic roundtable where we follow what the regional boards are doing, but there are no deadlines or schedules at this point. We at one point had some deadlines and schedules for TMDLs in the state, for consent decree TMDLs. We've pretty much run those out. Those were in the North Coast Regional Board, the Los Angeles Regional Board, and a few in the Central Coast Regional Board. Those are all done. We're not complying with any mandated schedules at this point, just our own internal drivers for the most part.
So this could theoretically happen within 3 years at least, or sooner possibly, or later if it's not a priority.
Correct.
Just in the paper for today, can you explain this application to suction dredging, suction gold dredging in some more detail? This, the paper explains there are certain things that can be done already. So how does this enhance?
That's a different program on suction gold dredging, and that's being processed through the actions that are being taken there. We're just saying that, you know, when you do suction dredging, it can release mercury, and that has to be taken in consideration in any permit action that's taken to allow suction dredging.
So if someone's concerned about the impact of suction dredging on...
That would happen through the permitting process that allows suction dredging. Again, that's the implementation. And because suction dredging can release mercury, it's one of the things we call out that needs to be considered when suction dredging happens.
So this would affect all kinds of permit drafters, including NPDES, suction dredging? Or
It is a regulation that impacts all permitting that happens in the state of California if it has an applicable mercury source. It's something that we have to consider like any of our other regulations. Yeah.
There's a group developing a general permit for suction dredge mining, and they had their own outreach that we sent out on our LYRIS list. I don't know if you got that information or if I can give your contact to those people.
February. No. There's one in San Bernardino, one in Redding. There's one here in Sacramento. I believe it's February 6th, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Well, thank you all for attending this meeting. I know in some ways it's probably even more sort of out there in the clouds when we start talking beneficial use definitions, because while we have that whole laundry list that Daniel showed you of beneficial use definitions, most of which the regional boards and state board got together in the 1970s to come up with standardized definitions, we really haven't done it since then to come up with one. We did some tweaking of it in the mid-90s, but since then there's been sort of statewide crickets when it comes to looking at definitions for beneficial uses. So coming up with a new definition is a new thing for us. And again, there is a lot of uncertainty perhaps because where the beneficial use is actually designated is when the action happens. And there's the process for designating that beneficial use and getting it on the priority list of the regional board to designate and the whole public process that happens with that. So I understand that this is a different thing that we've tackled this time to come up with a uniform beneficial use definition for the first time really since the mid-90s. We did some tweaking, but that was the last time. One more question here.
So in the question of the regional board acting or a state board the state board acting in place of it or reviewing what the regional board did, in the process of looking at this, were there more intermediate or a larger role for the state board that was considered, and perhaps are there other examples where the state board takes a more initiatory or responsible role?
Generally, because of the way the legislature set up our regulatory structure, the regional boards have primary jurisdiction over their regions through their water quality control plans. The statute allows the state board to take action in lieu of the region on its own motion. It's rare that we do that. We can direct the regional board through resolution to do things. They can ignore us because they're semi-autonomous. The place where we do take direct action are primarily in two places, well, three really. We can take direct action through regulation like we are now, adopting a water quality objective that applies statewide. We can adopt beneficial use definitions for the ocean in the ocean plan, which we do statewide. And then also the Bay Delta plan is a statewide plan that affects the Bay Delta. Those are the primary places, but again, because of the way the legislature set it out, it anticipates the regional water boards having the primary role of setting water quality control plans for their region with oversight by the state water board, and that oversight may, if necessary, be the state water board taking action in lieu of the regional board. But again, for that process to happen, the state water board basically takes on the role of the regional board and does all the same actions and generally amends the regional board basin plan. But we can adopt statewide plans and policies that sort of overlay everything, which is what we're doing here.
And that's helpful to answer my previous question and this, but so in this process itself, were there other mechanisms looked at that might have given the state board
the state water board, and I believe it's in the staff report, the state water board could have taken action if we wanted to or had the evidence to designate beneficial uses. That would have been additional evidence required on our part. The state water board did that through the sources of drinking water policy many years ago. But again, it doesn't make sense for us to do that because we're looking at limited information here, and to take on the process of surveying all the waters of California and deciding where designation should happen really should be a secondary step at this point.
So one question I had is when I think about the tribal beneficial uses, and I've been trying to think about how they would be applied, it's hard to kind of wrap my head around what would this actually mean. One example that's provided in the staff report is basket weaving in the use of reeds and in water, and then they're put into the mouth. And I'm just still having a hard time trying to understand how would this actually be applied, and how would this, as an example, that use then be protected?
So again, that could result in a difference in, say, pesticide water quality objectives because it's a different exposure route. It may not because of the way they adopt them already, looking at sensitive invertebrates usually. So it really depends on the level. So that would be why we say, you may need to adopt additional water quality objectives. One piece could happen, an example I used in outreach meetings is timing of application, for example. So up in the North Coast region on the Klamath, they looked at applying an herbicide, an algicide because of blue-green algal blooms, and the timing with the cultural immersion ceremonies downstream potentially were in conflict. And so in that case, the implementation could be, well, while it might be appropriate and it might be a legal label to apply an algicide to this river, when we condition it in our statewide aquatic weed permit, conditioning the timing of when you use that to avoid a cultural ceremonial use could be its implementation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, see if we wait long enough, there's one more.
Good afternoon. I just had a question on the slide previous when you talked about 401 certifications. Mm-hmm. So I'm with PG&E, and we have 401 water quality certifications that we use for our hydro facilities.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to understand process-wise, if you had a water body that was designated at a designated beneficial use for either cultural subsistence fishing, either both, essentially what those implications could be based on what our operations are, that we're not a contributor of mercury to a water body, we could be monitoring, but how?
It would be the same as every other beneficial use and water quality objective that the 401 cert unit considers when licensing 401 certs. So again, just like PG&E, I think currently has recreational flow requirements on some of their projects. Particularly, I'm thinking of some of the American River stuff, though I think some of that might be SMUD. We had the board has conditioned some of the FERC licenses to have certain releases for recreational activities. The board could, in the future, also do that for, say, ceremonial navigational uses. That would be a separate proceeding, but the board is required to consider water quality beneficial uses when issuing 401 certifications. That is the point of the 401 certification program.
Mm-hmm.
So it could in the future require something, but it's a little speculative. But as I said, our board has, I do point out, I don't want to be hiding something, for example, to say that, well, these would never result in anything happening in a 401 cert, because, as I say, our board has done programs to release for recreational flows in the past, and they could, again, in the future, do that, say, for the tribal traditional, where it's, there's a ceremonial navigational activity, you're on a FERC relicensing program, we need to include, as we do with recreational flows, tribal cultural flows could be included in a 401 certification.
Okay, and then just reflecting back to this morning's conversation, so if you had, again, a water that was designated similarly, and that your source of mercury is upstream of your hydro operations?
So again, so that's one of the pieces that the reservoir mercury program is looking at, is because reservoirs in particular change the geomorphology of the system and can create systems that methylate, where a flowing system won't. That's what the reservoir program is examining. So
I was hoping to go more upstream.
Well, but the upstream would be addressed as well. So they're planning on addressing cleanup, prioritization of cleanup of upstream mines, for example, as well. So
and the other land uses that occur within that area.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
That's the joy of the TMDL, is it gets to look at the watershed. Okay, well, thank you all for attending. Some of you all day. In fact, I think all of you all day. I really do appreciate you coming, especially, on such a short time after releasing the documents, and recognizing that most human beings are not going to have had a chance to fully digest 700 pages that weigh more than Jacob's cat. You're never going to live that down, right? Okay. So we recognize that, and we really appreciate it. And the intent was to at least provide an early forum to ask the kinds of questions you all asked. Again, if you have additional questions, I can't promise we can, if we get 7 million questions, that we can answer them, but we will try to answer any clarifying questions that you all have as you go forward, because we really do want informed public comment in the end. I mean, that's our goal, right, is to have informed public comment that can inform good public policy. And I appreciate you guys. Some of you have stuck with us from the very beginning. And I just noticed Board Member Diadamo, and I want to thank you for stepping in this afternoon as well. So please, thank you so much. Please stay in touch. I'm sure all of you will. Again, we have a public hearing set for February 7th before our board, where you can air any questions or concerns you have to the board at that time. ask additional clarifying questions of staff, because of course we will be there presenting before the board. And also then the public comment period, February 17th at noon. Please, any written comments at that point, and then we're looking at a May adoption. So again, this is a rather ambitious schedule, and thank you for being on this ride with us. Yeah, we can post the two. The question was, can we post the two presentations? Absolutely. I'll have those posted on the project websites. Thank you all very much.